じゃあね。
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, one and all. I just realized all my audio settings were screwed up from last night. So, hopefully I didn't break stuff too bad. I guess time will tell. You guys can hear me, right? You guys can hear me, right? We tried to play a new game last night, and it's called Content Warning. Really fun, goofy game, but it requires like your actual microphone to be paired to the game. So it's not like something you play with Discord for group chat. So I frantically, while my friends are already good to go, I frantically was trying to get my audio settings working on my gaming PC, and it just didn't work too great. And I think I broke a lot of stuff in the process. I mean, can I hear this now? I can't hear that. Can you guys hear the sound bites? I'm not used to this. No sound bites? Okay. Audio options. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Okay. I don't know. I'll keep messing with it. Let me ask you, what did you guys think of the state of play? Because that's pretty much what we're talking about today, is the state of play. What did you think while watching it? I was going to co-stream it, but then I had my, my landscaper guy come by, and so I wasn't able to actually see the event live. So I've seen the clips, I've seen like the trailers and stuff, but I've not like sat down and really taken them in. And that's what we're gonna do today. So I have a broad idea of what happened, but I'm going to be experiencing the trailers in their entirety for the first time with you guys. So if there's anything really, really bad, you guys will get to tease me for not knowing about it. Mr. Steelio Kill, thank you also for gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you, my friend. It's so underwhelming. I mean, I saw that Jeff Keighley, Geoff Keighley, he posted like a poll, and the majority of people rated it a D or lower. So it seems like a lot of people expected a lot more. The worst part about the show was the 10-minute cinematic that got me hyped for a Guardians of the Galaxy type single-player game, only for it to be a generic 5v5 shooter. Yeah, Concord. I mean, my prediction was right. I said that they were going to spend an inordinate amount of time during the show trying to win over people to this live service game, and no one would care. No one would give a crap. And it also seems like not many people gave a crap. I think I saw the article. It said that like 99, like Astro Bot has like 99% upvotes. Concord has like 18% upvotes. Like, it's pretty rough. I'm so tired of the kind of writing in Concord. Everything is a joke kind of thing. Well, it's I don't know if it's fair to just be like, yeah, it's the Marvel effect in full swing. But it damn close feels that way. You know, like, I get it. It's probably more complicated than that. These writers aren't just doing one-to-ones, but damn, it feels so similar to the Marvel style of writing that it's just cringe. Like, it was kind of cringy when Marvel was doing it. Now that we're all adults, it's really weird. It's really cringe. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Finishing the thumbnail for today's video. You mean Tim Gunn Guardians Galaxy wasn't the usual Marvel stuff? I think that there is a very particular type of actor and performer and setting in which that style of writing works. Like the Chris Pratt not taking it super seriously. Part of it is because it's his character. Like the character of Star-Lord doesn't take things super seriously, but it's also like a coping mechanism, which is part of the reason that he doesn't take it seriously. He actually feels very deeply, but it's a coping mechanism to deal with his traumas, which is why he acts that way. So it's a very, very particular situation where I think that can work. What a lot of companies thought it was, though, is that you could just have any character in any setting acting that way, and it would work, and people would find it funny and entertaining and charismatic. And that's just not the case. If I'm watching Schindler's List and the characters just start like goofing off and cracking jokes in super serious moments, it's going to ruin the whole story, because you just destroyed all the stakes. You took me out of any sense of immersion I had. Like, you just ruined it. But I think a lot of these teams that are writing these games, for whatever reason, they just can't tell the difference, and damn, it shows. Yeah, I hate Hitler. Oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah, and then play like Thunderstruck or something. It's like, but you guys like that music, don't you? You like good music, don't you? It's like, yeah, but like there's a time and place. Damn. Damn. You know? It's... I think it's, you know, I've consulted on games before. I've had people like, I've gone to panel interviews and stuff about games. And there's been times where I've had to tell companies and studios, like, you're trying way too hard. Like, you are trying way too hard right now. You want so badly for your character to be seen as badass that it's going to do the opposite. I guarantee you. Like, people are going to look at it and it's going to be a turnoff. Because that's just how this works. When you try too hard to make somebody cool, it comes off the opposite. You know? That's just how it goes. Sean, thank you for 5 gifted. My goodness, thank you. 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let's see. When everyone's hating on live service games, it really took them took balls to start the whole stream showing Concord. Yeah, I think it's they're hoping for a Helldivers 2 kind of surprise hit. And I just don't see that happening. Like it could. I think everybody that was looking at Helldivers beforehand were like, I remember doing a segment on it. I was like, it doesn't look like the kind of game for me, but if people like that kind of thing, I hope they love it. And then I ended up enjoying it. I was like, oh, nice, cool. With Concord though, it's a 5v5 like Overwatch ripoff. And isn't that other Marvel game that they announced, isn't that basically the same thing? Isn't it just another Overwatch clone? So it's like, wasn't that, didn't they show that at this state of play? So like they're going head to head in the same event with the same kind of game. Like I really have a feeling like so much of this again just lands on Jim Ryan's shoulders. Cause I think when they did that internal review, Totoki, the CFO, who until tomorrow is the interim CEO of PlayStation, I think he came in, did a review of PlayStation, and was like, you guys have spent how much money on live service games that no one wants? What? And then he looked at it and they did the internal metrics and they're probably like, yeah, we designed this game 6-7 years ago thinking it would make X amount. And now with the current state of the industry, we think that it's going to probably catastrophically flop. And I think they probably went to Jim and were like, you know, at the end of the Hunger Games where they leave the bowl of poison berries, because he's like, you did this. I'm going to let you take this way out, or I'm going to have my men string you up in the streets. I think that's probably what happened to Jim Ryan. He was offered the bowl of berries to take a graceful exit. And then he just happened to retire. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that he retires in the middle of a generation, right at the time his whole master plan is collapsing around him. You know? I don't think that's a coincidence. Maybe it is, but I would not be surprised if in 10 years we find out that that's what happened, that basically everybody that was in the upper echelons of PlayStation, they were livid with how much money was wasted on these live service games, and now they're just trying to walk it all back and salvage something. But the impression it's giving off a lot of people is that it's just deceptive, though, because that's the thing with the that cinematic trailer. I've heard from a lot of people that they felt that cinematic trailer was misrepresentative of the final product. Like they thought they were getting a Guardians of the Galaxy style game. And then it's one of those like super, super expansive cinematic trailers for a live service game. It's like, oh, you know, it's like, what? There was another game like that. I mean, mobile games do this all the time where you see like a really interesting like cinematic trailer and then they zoom out and show you the actual gameplay and you're like, oh, it's Candy Crush. Okay, well, damn it. You know, it happens all the time and it's so stupid because it's like, who is watching that cinematic trailer going, yes, yes. Oh, thank God it's a Candy Crush clone. Like no one's doing that, you know? Seems like a scenario that Jason Schreier will write a book about in 10 years. Yeah, or I mean, honestly, there's so many stories like that recently. Suicide Squad's the other one. In my recent video on Suicide Squad, I said, if anybody that worked on this game is out there, write down all of your memoirs, everything that happened during development, because in a few years, that information will be very, very valuable and people are going to eat it up. I promise you. I've had people reach out. I had like two or three developers that I was able to confirm actually worked on Suicide Squad, and their like names were in the credits. One guy didn't get his name in the credits and he was pretty pissed about that, but so I don't know if you count him, but with that, he was like, yeah, there's a lot of stories of what happened behind the scenes. Both of those two guys I was able to confirm. They were like, yeah, and your suspicion over like the loot box thing, yeah, that like looked reskinned just as, oh, it's a giant box full of loot that flies in and crashes when you finish missions and then unlocks a random assortment of goodies. And I looked at that and I was like, this really seems like at one point it was a loot box that they probably sold to you. And this was how the animation played when the loot box comes in. You could buy them to get new loot, blah, blah, blah. And then at some point, probably after Battlefront 2, they decided to undo that, but they had already designed this whole thing, so they repurposed it to end mission rewards. So I think there's going to be a lot of interesting stories for sure. Due to the time it takes to develop these games, is it just the corporations jumping on trends without waiting for the trends to show their true validity? I think with this right now, the live service debacles we've had pretty consistently recently, I think it's because they started working on these games in like 2017, 2018, around that time when these games were starting to really take off. And I mean, even like the Overwatch clones, those are very, very outdated. So that one's particularly inexcusable, but with like Redfall or with Suicide Squad, those types. And I don't think they expected it to take this long, honestly. I think COVID is responsible for a good amount of this. Like, I think they expected like Redfall to get out the door maybe in like 2021. I think Suicide Squad also was originally scheduled for 2022, probably originally targeting even earlier. Like, I don't think they expected these games to take this long. And part of the reason they took so long is because they had already taken a handful of years and the live service tolerance has been dropping further and further. So they keep trying to tweak it into something that will have some semblance of success. But I can't think of an instance where that worked, where a game was initially shown off, was panned, and then came back and had overwhelming success. The one you could point to maybe is X-Defiant, but I don't know how that's performing. I don't know if it's performing well. Maybe one of you guys in chat know. But X-Defiant, when it was first revealed, was just shredded in social media. And then they took it away, they worked on it, and got it to a point where at least it seems like some people are enjoying it now. But I don't know. I don't know how long-term the success will be. Hopefully good, because I think if Call of Duty gets any level of competition, that'll be good for everybody. But home remote working sounds like an excuse in my ears. The one, I mean, remote work it depends on where you look. There's been multiple studies that kind of point in different directions. Because of course, like I was in business school when COVID hit and all of that started. So it was a very topical discussion in my classes. And at that time, the research was pretty split. Some industries work better with remote work than others. Not every industry is equal, you know. Some will just work better remote, others don't tend to do as well. Like a lot of video game analysts seem to think that video game development should be in person, not remote for most of it. Like contracted labor, that's fine, do that remote. But if you're actually in the studio, they tend to see that bugs drop. They say that it works better for collaborative environments. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I personally think that's just a big excuse because they're like worried about leaks. And if you're working from home, leaks are way more common. But that would just be my suspicion. But beyond that, like when I worked in real estate as a broker, yeah, you could work remote. Who cares? Like it's all done from your cell phone. You don't need to be in person to be doing a deal. Like a lot of the people we were selling buildings to didn't even live in the US. So it's like, yeah, we didn't need to be in the physical office. It didn't matter, you know. No, all lazy people say what you're saying is because you want to work from home. People that work from home, they've done studies, you produce way less work. And then lots of emojis. I mean, I can pull up a study right now. I think you're baiting, but like you can pull up studies right now where in some industries productivity goes up. Like I know that might not be what you want to hear. It was surprising when I found it out too, but it actually is the case.
Watkins donated $4.99 through Super Chat. When the Xbox showcase starts, you think Phil Spencer going say anything about studio closing or stay quiet about it?
I honestly don't know. He might do the Todd Howard thing. You remember Todd Howard, like E3 2019, I think it was. I think it was 2019. And he just was like, we got some really good feedback. And we got a lot of criticism, and much of it deserved. And then just kind of moved on. I would guess like Phil says something, this has been a difficult few months for the gaming industry. It's not just going to be for Xbox. It's going to be for the gaming industry. And he's going to say like, something like, you know, but we want to look forward into the future of gaming. And that's what we're going to do today to show you why Xbox is the best place to play games. They're going to say something like that. It's going to be like the business, the industry as a whole is bad, but today we're looking at the future. It's going to be something like that. Yeah. I think he'll still get heckled big time. Maybe I'm mistaken. I got the impression that this was going to be like a video. Are they doing like a live like stage show, or are they just gonna play a video within a theater? Because I kind of got the impression from some of the media that they were gonna be doing a video. I don't know if Phil will actually like be on stage. If he is, it would be really interesting if he gets booed. But I don't know. I'm sure they're worried about that. I'm sure they're very worried about that. I mean, he might intentionally only appear in a video and be like, I'm out of town. Crazy, right? It's not like I've known about this event for a year. Bummer. You're assuming Microsoft isn't trying to get Phil to leave. Why would they try to get Phil to leave? Like, Satya is not scared of firing people. He's fired other executives for much less. And the thing is, everybody's assuming that like this is all Phil Spencer's doing. It's not. Like, it's demonstrably not. This is coming from on high, where like the CFO, she has like commanded that all of these different businesses under Microsoft fire X% of their workforce to make cuts. So like Phil is the guy that has to carry out the execution order. Otherwise he'll be executed himself. Like there was just that story the other day about, you know, Elon Musk fired all 500 people in the supercharging team. Not making that up. He fired all 500 of them, and everybody was like, what the hell are you doing? And then the reporting came out after. He started rehiring a lot of them because it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. But the reason he fired 500 people was because the executive in charge of the supercharging team refused to fire more people. She had already fired, like, I forget what it was, like 8% of her team or 7% of her team, something like that. She had already fired that many. And when Elon said, no, you need to fire even more, she said no. And so he fired her and her entire team. Pretty intense, huh? Like, pretty crazy. When investors found out about that, they were like, what? And you want a $56 billion payday? Like, what? It was mad. It was mad. So, yeah, if you, executives on that scale running trillion-dollar businesses, they are not afraid of firing executives. Like, and the entire teams to prove a point. Satya, I don't think would do that. Like, I don't think he would throw a fit because he's like, Phil, I need you to lay off 12% of your workforce. And then Phil's like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't think Satya would shut down all of Xbox. Elon might, but I don't think Satya would. Satya, I think, would just fire Phil and, you know, welcome him to resign and then put somebody else in charge. Promote Sarah Bond. So we could have more ChatGPT answers at press events. Yeah, Timeless Soul, I don't pretend to know much about business takeovers, but it definitely seems to be a trend that when businesses purchase another business, they streamline it and then trim the fat. Yeah, to be clear, like, this is very, very normal. None of this is surprising or shocking. Anybody who knows anything about business knew that they were going to be firing a lot of people, and probably closing a lot of studios, because, like, the worst example of what I think a lot of people are assuming happened was, what's the name of the company? Yeah, Bain Capital is an example. If you don't know what Bain Capital is, this is the business that was founded and run by, like, I don't know if it was founded, but it was run by, oh, he's a co-founder, yeah, Mitt Romney, who was a presidential candidate in like 2012 here in the US. He came in and they would buy businesses. And what they would do is they would extract anything of value from the business and then shutter it. So if, for example, there was like, I'm trying to think of a clear-cut example. Well, think of a company like Weta Digital, because this is something that also kind of, or Weta Effects. Imagine if you went in and you bought Weta Effects, the guys that did all the special effects on like Lord of the Rings, all the Peter Jackson movies, all that stuff. You go in and buy Weta Effects, and then you take the exclusive rights to their software and maybe any royalties they make on the films they've produced, and then you shut down the whole business. But before you shut down the whole business, you transfer all the debt from another business over to this one, and then you shut it. So, like, you're buying, it's almost like when a vampire goes and collects like fresh meat and then sucks all the blood out and then just throws the carcass away. That's basically what companies like Bain Capital do, where they just go around and collect businesses and then gut them, take what's useful, and then move on. It's pretty wild. So that is an extreme example of something like this. What Microsoft did is that they pretty clearly wanted like Activision Blizzard King. They wanted them. And with ZeniMax, I think they wanted Bethesda Game Studios and maybe id Software first and foremost and primarily. And then everything else was like a bonus, but I don't think they cared that much. So I think that they were like, yeah, we got BGS, we got id, we got King, we got Activision, we're good. Everything else is just kind of like a bonus. So if they cut some of that fat, who cares? I mean, that's just how they do it. So they made Redfall as a visual representation of that. Well, the interviews that have been released and stuff were like, they've all said pretty clearly that Microsoft was trying to be like creatively supportive of Arcane Austin. So they tried to have a hands-off approach because they didn't want anybody to say Microsoft came in and totally changed what we were doing and made the game worse. Redfall was going to be great, and then they changed it. So they instead just stayed on the outside and said, you do your thing, release the game, it'll be great. And we all know how that ended. I just don't get why we make laying off workers so easy. I read this and think, hey, maybe the French Revolution had the right idea on what to do to the rich. I mean, what's the alternative? I guess is the question.
$5 through Super Chat. I just don't get why we.
Because, like, say a business is not operating properly. Say a business is running too hot, too many employees. It's too expensive. The previous managers overhired, and the business has changed. So you have too many employees, and the people that you do have are working on projects that aren't going to make any money. Like, if there's protections against firing those people, so be it. But what you're going to see is either companies not hiring hardly at all because they don't want to end up over expanding, or you're going to see a bunch of like smaller shell companies, and the entire company will be shuttered when something doesn't work. You know? If they don't lay off, when is the time more people will lose their job? Well, yeah, it's like if you can't make small adjustments to teams to make a business more efficient, the business will just grow in its inefficiency until it gets to the point where it's just not viable, and then they shut down the whole thing. So it's either some people lose their jobs now or everybody loses their jobs later, because businesses are about making money. That's it. Oh yeah, Jacob, shout out to Jacob. Jacob, I asked him if he wanted today off and everything because he's moving, and he was like, nope. I want to mod for my phone and everything. I was like, okay, you madman. So shout out to Jacob. Pogs on Jacob. Let's see. Just Us, thank you for the $4.99. Do you think the over-exaggeration of UB hate and AC hate will help or hurt Shadows? So many people are mad, but you can still tell. But you can tell haven't played AC much. Yeah, no. I was talking to another YouTuber about this recently. The like inordinate levels of hate that Ubisoft especially has been getting recently. And by inordinate, I just mean other companies do the same stuff and everybody's pretty much quiet about it. But if Ubisoft does it, they get torn apart. And I think a great example is like Capcom. You can look at Capcom and point to something like Resident Evil 4 remake, and nobody says anything about the day one microtransactions and all that stuff in a single player game. But if Ubisoft does it, they get melted, right? So I I think part of it is that it's just easy for content. That's part of it. But beyond that, it's the people that are raging about it were never going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadows anyways. So I don't think it's the same kind of. I think they're two different markets. You know, if like maybe a good example is like if people who drive Ford F-150s or Ram, Dodge trucks or whatever, if they're freaking out and saying how stupid the Ford Lightning looks or drives, or like the Cybertruck is a waste of money and all that, and they just devote entire social media pages to just roasting Tesla and EVs and all that, that doesn't really affect Tesla's bottom line, because those people were never going to be a customer anyways, right? Like, yeah, those people who are driving Ram 3500s or whatever, they were never going to buy a Cybertruck. And it's not like they weren't trying to sell one to them. It was never the target audience. And same with AC Shadows. Like Asmongold's community was never going to buy AC Shadows. Like, they just weren't. So if they're upset about AC Shadows and things they're doing in that game, it doesn't really matter to Ubisoft, you know? Yeah, anyway. Let me publish this Redfall video real quick. What should we title it? What should we title it, guys? I tried Redfall's final update. Maybe that. Ripperoonie. Good riddance. The death of Redfall. Oh, that's good. That's good. I did have an idea for the title. Oh, I think I was going to try to call it just Goodbye Redfall. Goodbye Redfall. I could do that for the thumbnail text. I was going to do like a whole thing with our good friend Joe Biden and just have him in the background of the thumbnail with his head bowed and just, it's Jover. But I figured that might not translate. So maybe that's not a good idea. It's Jover, guys. It's Jover. Goodbye Redfall. Do Redfall. And I know this is weird, but for whatever reason, guys, when I put 3 dots, when I put an ellipses at the end of text, either in a title or in a thumbnail, click-through rates skyrocket. I don't know why. I won't pretend to know why, but it's something I've noticed. Let me lock that. Redfall Fall. Or just Redfall squared. I did do that with one of these videos. I did something like... Oh, what video was it? I did it with one video recently. Cancel, save. Oh, it was Suicide Squad. It was totally Suicide Squad. Remember this one? What a joke. I did do it there. I did do it there. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. I did do it there. What a joker. Redfall and Freefall. Dude, it's already splatted. It's gone. It's officially dead. This is the one thing about these text layers. Once you edit it, it just breaks. Damn it. Why do all the bad things always happen to me? Goodbye. I've never been good at saying goodbye, so goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, we'll look at all the showcase stuff here in just a second. Goodbye. Well, Photoshop crashed. Dude, you'll see in this video when I was trying to play Redfall to like give it this positive send off, because that was my whole goal. I was like, you know what, the game's dead. We don't need to keep beating it up. Like, we can just kind of move on from it. And so I was trying to come up with a positive like way of sending it off, being like, well, at least the team, even after they knew they lost their jobs, they still worked to deliver something. They still worked to deliver a product, and that's admirable. And I was trying to come up with a way to do that. And I had 3 crashes in 30 minutes. Like, at that point, like, the game doesn't even want me to send it off positively. Like, the game wants me to let it die. So, like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, it was like, I'm trying really hard to give this a positive spin, and I just can't. I just can't. It's not amazing, for the record. Nobody quote that. Okay, good B. Good B is goodbye forever. Too much? Is that too dramatic? Good B. Also stretch it over this way just a tad. Good B forever. Good B. It's been a good run. A good run. We had a good run, Redfall. Lots of content, lots of views. Lots of views. Lots of glitches and bugs. All the bugs, all the glitches. Bugs are funny, but they're bad. They're very bad. We don't like bugs. We make fun of bugs because bugs are bad. There we go. Okay, then we do this, and then we do a little bubble, a little bulge, as it were. That's a lot of bulge. Classic Luke, right? Lots of bulge. Too much bulge. Too much. There we go. Increase my flow. Get rid of this. I don't want none of this. What is that? It's the bayonet or whatever. You know what? I don't want it. I don't want any of it. What do you think? Good B forever. Good B forever. It's gone. Then I have the extra layer just for like little light glow effects. So I did that. Might even be able to shove her a little bit more to the right. That might be the strat. Just to increase readability. This gun is just too fat. I didn't want to use one of the same pictures all over again, though. You can still tell that says goodbye, right? Maybe there. Goodbye. Goodbye. I think too much bulge. No such thing. No such thing. Oh, if we put Phil Spencer's head here instead. I think that would be cultural appropriation. I don't want to get canceled because I put Phil Spencer's head on a Redfall playable character. That's the last thing I need today. That's the last thing I need today. Wait, do you guys want to see what video thumbnail I made a year ago? Because apparently I had one on 5/31 of 24. 521 or 531 rather. Oh, Diablo. It was like a Diablo stream. Ha! Lol. The answer was no. I forget what the term is for the marketing. Oh, the UFO horror game. Yeah. I forget what the term was for that. But it's if anybody ever asks a question in a YouTube video title. Oh yeah, just a little over a year ago, we had Gollum. This was going to be a thumbnail. I didn't like it, so I made this one. And then this is the one I ended up using. That popped off. Work in progress, everybody. Mommy Lilith, yeah, for real. X on eyes is a good idea. I don't know. I almost need to make this a little brighter. Maybe that's what we do. Brighten up her face just a tad. Bring a little more attention to it. And then it's a little on the nose, honestly. It's a little on the nose. Just the black bar. We'll call it good there. If performance on it sucks, I can tweak it. I can always change the thumbnail. We got to talk about PlayStation stuff. We got to talk about the cutting edge game that is Concord, don't you know? Goodbye Forever. Do I like Goodbye Forever or do I like It's All Over? We'll try that. Okay. Okay, real quick, I need everybody. I'm gonna put a straw poll in chats before we get into this. Straw poll. And I want to know on a scale of 1 to 10 what you would rate this state of play. What would you rate this state of play? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, or below 5. Okay, 1 vote per IP address. Cool. Okay, share link. Here we go. You guys ready? So go to this link, whether you're in YouTube, chat, or Twitch, and vote, and we can see the results of the poll. Already, you guys are pouring in, okay? Send those votes. Send those votes in. We gotta see where this community is at. Did you guys see that God of War Ragnarok will require a PSN account? Full stop. It doesn't have multiplayer stuff, but you have to have a PSN account to buy it. You guys see that? They didn't really mention that. But I told you guys, like, right as the the Helldiver stuff happened, I was like, just you wait. Just you wait. They're just going to keep doing this. They're just going to keep doing it until people get bored and want to talk about something else. And sure enough, people on Twitter are going to freak out again. I don't think so. I think that those people who freaked out about Helldivers 2 are already bored about it. They already gave up on the fight with Ghost of Tsushima on PC. So, like, I think everybody will roll their eyes, but it's still going to sell just as well. Like, it's the problem with like rage culture is that we just look for things to freak out about. And in this case, I think it's going to blow over again. Like, If you really want to make a difference and make a change, you have to be really consistent about this stuff. But I think that the groups that were most upset about it are not going to continue to freak out about it. Okay. Okay. Let's see where you guys landed on. Let's see where you guys landed on. Not a single person. Really? Nobody was that into Concord? Really? For real? Right as I said that, now somebody's gonna go in and vote. 10 out of 10. It doesn't bother me. I have an Xbox account for Sea of Thieves and State of Decay 2. It'll be a quick sign up and then sign in once that's it. I think with Helldivers 2, there were conflicting reasons people were freaking out about it, because some people said this is false advertising. They didn't tell us at launch we would need this, which is demonstrably not true. What did I tell you? That's demonstrably untrue, because they did tell us ahead of time we would need it. They just removed the requirement after the fact because of server issues. So that was a kind of dumb reason to be upset about it, because it's like they did tell you, and this has been a thing forever. Just because you weren't aware, it doesn't mean that it wasn't true. Beyond that, it's like, okay, well, what else are we upset about? Well, you can't buy the game. You know, if you live in one of these 200 states, countries, territories, whatever, that can't get a PSN account, you just can't get the game. And that was a valid reason to be upset about it. That's why they started issuing refunds and stuff to people in those areas. And then after that, it just kind of went away. People just moved on. And then they did it with Ghost of Tsushima again. And now they're going to do it for God of War Ragnarok. So they're just establishing it all over again. I mean, Holt said basically that PC, it's no longer a priority for single player games. I want to know why they changed their tune after the Profit Meister had a look at PlayStation. Oh, you're talking about when they said that their goal is to use PC ports to funnel people to play their hardware. That to me makes sense. That's what I thought they were doing forever, where basically they'll release like The Last of Us Part 2 on PC shortly before The Last of Us Part 3 comes out. And they do that to try and encourage you to go out and buy a PS5 to play that day one. I don't know if the stats back that up. To me, it seems like a lot of PC gamers would just wait till it comes to PC, but like PC gamers are patient. They have so many games that they'll just sit on the sidelines for 6 months or a year until they get the PC port that's going to be way better. You know? At least there's a beta coming for Concord. Yeah, betas are risky nowadays, though. Like, I seriously think that Forspoken could have actually had a pretty successful run if they hadn't have had that demo. Because that demo made... not only was it just a bad slice, but it was like... they probably picked the single worst possible section of gameplay to showcase what Forspoken did well. It was just terrible. Like... huge blunder. Huge blunder. Okay. I get why for multiplayer games, but requiring accounts for single player games, like why? I do know why. It's so they can kill the game in the future when servers die. It's still frustrating. No, I think it's because they want to push PlayStation trophies. They want to have this PlayStation overlay, and they want to make it easier for PC gamers to go between PC and their PlayStations. So ultimately, I think their goal is to get people to go and like maybe have crossplay or something. I'm not totally sure, but they want to try to unify the PC platform and the PlayStation platform. I understand that. I don't think a lot of PC gamers care. Beyond that, I think So Says We All is probably onto something where I've said a lot. I think that they're getting ready to launch their own PC store. One of the head honchos of PlayStation says he's obsessed with margins. You know where a big old margin gets cut? Big old cut to the margin happens. It's when the online marketplace takes 30%, like Steam. So if they can get away from that 30% cut from Steam by having their own launcher, that gets them all giggly wiggly. So I think that they're prepping to do that. It's probably still a year or two away. But yeah, I think PlayStation within a decent amount of time is going to have their own store, and it'll probably be a bit of a train wreck. But that's never stopped any of these companies before. You know, the EA launcher is still god awful, and it's been out for like, what, 7-8 years now? That didn't stop them. So yeah, I think they're going to try to do that, honestly. Okay. Let's do it. What do you guys think would work best? Should we just watch the trailers individually, or for the Concord thing, should we just go through the entire showcase start to finish? Because I heard there's some interviews and stuff. What do you think makes most sense? Because you guys have watched the whole thing. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. Entire showcase, individually, entire showcase. I mean, we were going to watch all the trailers individually, so it probably times out about the same. It's just the order. Jacob, the entire thing, big stream clip. Oh, and then, oh, I see, Jacob. So we could do Luke reacts to the PlayStation Showcase Supercut, and then we can do Luke reacts to Concord as an individual clip. Luke reacts to the... I see, Jacob out here maximizing content. Oh, baby. Who is this guy? Wow. He's moving and he's still on the grind, man. Wow. Oh, baby. I've never been so proud. I've never been so proud. Oh, man. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sane Merc. Thank you. And oh, Mr. Stelio Kill as well. Thank you guys, real quick, and then we'll get into this. I'll read these, then we'll do it. Hey, Luke, out of all three Ezio games, what location was your favorite to play in? For me, Venice. Also the villa, like whatever villa, I forget the name of the villa, what they actually call it, but whatever the name of the villa was. All of those locations make me ooey gooey. Anything from AC2 just gets me, oh, it just right in my feels. Right in my feels. Is it just Villa Auditore? That sounds made up, but it also sounds right, you know? Yeah, all of France. All of France. Yeah, AC2. Oh god, I love AC2. I love it. As for Sane Merc, thank you for that. $4.99. Hey Luke? Question mark. Hey Luke. What are your thoughts of Modern Warfare 3 COD having skin packs like like the Teletubby pack that boosts Battle Pass's XP? Is there an actual Teletubby pack? Hold on. Now, what's sad is that in the modern day, I don't know if that's a joke or if that's real. COD Teletubby. Am I gonna get on a list for Googling this? What the hell is even that? What? Is this real? Is this... Huh. I don't... Again, I can't tell if this is real or not. That's what's really, really sad about this. Is like, I can't tell if that's legit or not. Which is just insane. Cursed images, dude, for real. Those aren't Teletubbies? Yeah, I don't know what they are. It does kind of look AI generated, honestly. Okay, COD. Yeah, it's totally AI generated. You can see, like, the lines aren't even on any of this stuff. AI always struggles with, like, straps and symmetrical lines and stuff, so... Yeah, that freaks me out. COD Teletubby. Is it Tracer skin? I don't know. Maybe it is real. I have no idea. It's Tracer Pack? Is that what they call it? COD Tracer Pack. Store bundle not found. Store 8-bit social. Does anyone know the real name of the pack? What's the real name of the pack? Because it's not Teletubby Pack, it's Tracer Pack, right? No, maybe it's not. The Whack Pack Furry Friends. Tracer packs are bullets. I thought this was just like the Tracer Pack, not a Tracer Pack, because somebody called it Tracer Pack, but maybe it's not Tracer Pack. What is the COD furry skin? Am I gonna... why did I Google that? God damn it. COD furry... COD... What do you even call that? Wubs? COD friends. Pack. There is 4 of them. Wubs and friends. Okay. Okay. Wubs and friends. COD Wubs friends. Firens. Friends pack. Packle. Bro. Bro. What? What on earth am I looking at, dude? And people have played with these. You know what? At least it's better than Nicki Minaj. So, it's better than the Nicki Minaj skin. Wow. Wow. You want to know what's crazy? Is that this one pack probably made more money than, like, Game of the Year 2021, It Takes Two. Like, it honestly, probably did. Like, it's just outrageous, dude. I can't even tell the difference between what's real and what's fake anymore. Like, I can't tell. I can't tell. That's how far down the rabbit hole we are. Like I can't tell. I thought that was fake. I was pretty sure those were just AI generated pictures. And then no, it's just a low resolution or low quality setting on an actual skin. Like what? Oh man. Oh. Man, it gives you a battle pass boost if you're with friends. Yeah, I mean, none of it really surprises me anymore. Like, honestly, if you're going to spend 30, 40 bucks on some, like, as long as it's not gameplay altering in a competitive game, whatever. If it's just cosmetic. The problem with Call of Duty is that they have like blueprints locked behind paywalls, and those blueprints can remove like tens of hours of grind to get weapons and attachments and stuff to be competitive. Like, I remember back, I think it was the Bren during Warzone, like a year and a half ago. It totally broke the game. It was super OP. And the Gallantry was the other one where that gun was super, super powerful and broken. Or Bruin, yeah. But if you wanted the Gallantry with those specific attachments, that was totally broken. And in the meta, you had to go and like buy a $20, $30 cosmetic pack. And so it was like, well, technically you can grind for this and you can get it through gameplay. It's like, yeah, tens of hours later, after the meta's worn off, like, what are you talking about? You know, that's always been the COD thing. It's why, like, for me, my conspiracy theory is just that they, Call of Duty devs intentionally break things and introduce new things into the meta. And then they happen to, you know, just coincidentally be selling that weapon in the shop at the precise time when it becomes the meta. Isn't that weird how that always happens? The meta gun is always available in the store. Really odd how that happens, right? Really weird. Really, really weird. So toxic. Okay, let me catch one of these. Thank you guys for all the super chats and stuff. And then we'll get into the PlayStation thing, I swear. I swear to God. Okay. Okay, publish. There we go. Okay. The Fallout bundle? The Fallout bundle's cool. I'm okay with the Fallout bundle. But again, I just can't stand when they have pay to win stuff. Okay, I'm not joking. I was just trying to write in a pinned comment, RIP Arcane Austin, and I accidentally typed RIP Arcane Autism. I'm glad I caught it now. That would have been really awkward if I had published the comment like that. Oops. It's like, I swear, guys, I'm just bad at typing. That's all it is. That's all it is. Man. Arcane Austin. Okay. Okay. Now we can shut that down. Move over here. Okay. Thank you real quick to look up Call of Duty, Gundam, and Fallout. Oh, the Fallout one I just had pulled up. COD Gundam. Wow. Honestly, not the worst skins I've seen. Not the worst skins I've seen. Those Nicki Minaj skins, those were scary, but that's not terrible. And Spec Ops, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 20. The goddamn it when searching on Google cracked me up. My wife looks over at me like there's something wrong with me. Headphones on. Sorry. Yeah, I've got to be careful what you Google. It reminds me of when my dad, I remember when I was a kid. And my dad wanted us to like go get baseball mitts or something, you know, to play baseball all together as a family out in the park. And so my dad was like, okay, let me look up on Dick's Sporting Goods how much the mitts are going to be. And so he's on his laptop sitting on the couch in the family room, and he types in what he thought was the website for Dick's Sporting Goods. And all we see is my dad sitting there freaking out because he just typed in dicks.com, and it was not Dick's Sporting Goods. So you gotta be careful what you look up online. And searching Call of Duty furry skin was a mistake. I do not recommend you do that. Okay, let's do this. New segment. Behold. So I have not, as of this moment, watched the whole PlayStation, not even showcase, state of play. I have seen clips. I've seen articles like this. And you guys in chat have been telling me that there are a handful of interesting things in the showcase. So we're going to experience it together. And I'm sure all of you guys will know already what is going to be found and seen. And so I am braced and quite nervous. I don't really know what to expect other than what I suspected at the outset, as we talked about on the podcast the other day. I am expecting Concord is going to look a poopy, and then I'm expecting that God of War Ragnarok on PC probably looks really good because it already looked good on last gen hardware even. So I'm guessing that'll look good. Astro Bot, I'm sure it's gonna look awesome because Astro Bot's awesome. And I'm not really expecting much more than that. Really not. So let's see what we have to play with. The whole showcase is about 30 minutes long. Big wind up. All the countdowns. And let's see what we got. By the way, anybody who sends in super chats or subs or memberships or anything, I will see those at the end of it. I just don't want to interrupt this for everybody else by bringing that stuff up. So if you want to contribute, do that stuff, that's awesome. I will get to it after the fact, but for now, we'll just go and focus on this, okay? Sweet, let's go.
Hi everyone, I'm Asad Kizilbash, head of...
What a name, Kizilbash. Head of product, PlayStation Studio. I'm just gonna turn this off. Head of PlayStation Studio and PlayStation Products. Oh, okay.
Products at PlayStation Studios and head of PlayStation Productions. I'm here to welcome one of the newest members of the PlayStation Studios family, Firewalk. This team brings together some of the most talented developers in our industry, with an incredible pedigree in the online multiplayer space. We announced their first game, Concord, last year, and today, they're revealing gameplay captured in-engine on PS5. But first, here's...
Wait. That verbiage was weird. In-engine on PS5. So is that just a cinematic? Is that what he's saying? Or is this like that stupid in-engine cutscene when it's just like totally unrealistic? I don't know. X to doubt, yeah, I'm afeared. This is the face I imagine they always make whenever they pitch a new live service game. This is all I see in my mind.
An extended vignette introducing some of the cool characters you'll find in the Concord Galaxy.
Yay, cool characters! Enjoy. I was gonna say, I don't want it, but if there's cool characters. Firewalk. Okay. All the film grain.
It was a spontaneous, creative decision made after years of careful research.
Being really old and almost dying a bunch doesn't count as research.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
How much longer for the upload?
A few more minutes. Hey, start time. Try it with hot sauce. You'll like it. Trust me.
No. Do not trust him.
Whoa. Where's this coming from?
It's coming from you back on the ship saying, trust me, we're professionals. We'll stick to the plan. We can do this. And then, that.
Pursuing free gunner suspects now on the run, causing downtown.
That was not the plan.
Technically, it was a plan. It just wasn't the same plan that we started with.
If we don't leave with this blue button...
Amar, we will. We will.
I'll be waiting outside.
No one moves. We'll be taking this off your hands.
What? This?
Funny.
Slow them down a little for you. Meet at the rendezvous point.
Wait, what? Where's the rendezvous? I didn't catch that.
Copy that, Bill.
Shield out! Well played. You are wounded.
Fine. They only got one of my legs.
How are those hands? How bad is it? You're still mad at me?
Lennox!
Got him.
One off. This is you.
Got it!
I am developing a taste for destruction. Goodbye.
This would be a very dishonorable way for us all to die.
Don't worry. Nobody's dying dishonorably. And also, we're bringing this back with us. Hey, Mark. What are you doing?
Getting us to the rendezvous point.
Perhaps we should have let go also.
One off. Do not dare.
But we were supposed to stick together.
If you let go,
would
I
never leave me.
swear I will bring
Oh,
vengeance.
look, there they are.
I am glad you avoided a dishonorable death.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Or something.
I knew this was gonna work.
This wasn't the plan.
Well, it just wasn't the one we started with. All right, another satisfied customer. Goods delivered. I sent everyone their cut.
Ooh, yeah.
So do you, like, carry it around with you for emergency bland situations or whatever?
Hey, Mara. Don't joke about something like this.
Our next job is somewhere with less
I
scaffolding.
have no scaffolding. Zero scaffolding. I promise. We were apart for so long. I thought I'd never feel your fiery embrace again.
You sound ridiculous.
Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter set.
And then they're like, Control Z. If you were interested, Control Z. So I was going to say at the end of this trailer, the impression I get from all of this is like, oh, interesting. It's clearly like Guardians of the Galaxy inspired. Like you have the brute who's kind of stupid, all about honor, but is deep down soft inside. Then you have the kind of stupid robot tree Groot archetype, but he's endearing, so you just find him lovable. Then you have the cynical Gamora type who's just very, very sharp and smart, by the book as well. And then you have the bumbling buffoon who gets everybody into trouble, but he means well. It's an archetype we've seen like 1,000 times, and it's not one we've seen 1,000 times because it's bad. You know, it's it's a trope because it tends to work. But this is one of the more transparent attempts that I can think of in recent memory, because like it doesn't, it's hard to find what it's doing unique. Like what other than the hot sauce is really unique about this? I really don't know. Now, granted, it's a small cinematic trailer, so it doesn't really tell you much, but not a whole lot to go on. If I saw this, I'd be like, cool, but what is the game? And then they immediately tell you, and I think it spoils a lot of the interest. This right here.
Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter set in the vibrant sci-fi universe of the Concord galaxy. In Concord, from the moment you log on, you are part of the crew of the North Star, a group of guns for hire known in our galaxy as free gunners. Free gunners are those lucky enough to be free to roam the stars. They take high-stake jobs on worlds across wild space, where they face other fiercely competitive free gunner crews. Here's the very first look at the gameplay of Concord.
But again, like that whole trailer, no part of it even thematically fit with, well, I think what they were trying to do is like one team was in the restaurant eating, the other team surprises them, and so then it's like 5v5 while one team's trying to escape. But again, it's just a 5v5. Like it's just Overwatch basically. Like it's, you have to really stretch to figure out what that trailer, like how that ties into what the game actually is, you know?
Free gunning. It's hard work.
And the other thing, I'm sorry, it's just all flooding into my brain at once. The other thing is that cinematic trailer gets you interested in the game that doesn't exist. So the immediate follow-up, literally seconds after that trailer plays, it's an immediate letdown of it's a 5v5 character shooter or hero shooter. Oh, okay. I kind of wish you hadn't even got my hopes up with that. Like now the whole thing is framed in a disappointing light. Whereas if they just came out straight with, hello, this is a 5-player shooter that, you know, this is what it is. They show the gameplay and then that cinematic trailer, that might work better. But instead it's just, it feels like they set you up to just be disappointed immediately.
But it's our work and we don't take it for granted. Being a free gunner means, well, you're free.
Right on target. Yeah, you better run.
Free gunners have a shot at making something of themselves. A chance to be someone.
All right!
Need a second to fix myself up.
Why not?
And in the
like I'm really stretching to try and see what this does differently or really uniquely. And like it looks pretty, but other than that, like I really don't know what else to say. Like it's just an Overwatch clone. Like at least Lawbreakers had the cool zero gravity mechanic and really interesting level design and stuff like that. This just, I don't know what the unique hook is, you know?
wilds, it's anyone's game. You won't survive on your own.
Target blinded.
Finally, to battle. Endless rage!
We risk our lives every day to do the job.
I'll clear the way. Time to show them the big guns. That's me.
This crew will go anywhere. Take any job. Face any enemy. We're the free gunner crew of the North Star. And together, we're going to make our mark on this galaxy.
crew is gathering. Would you like to join us for game night?
Like, again, everything they show that seems moderately like, oh, I could play that, is a sequence like this, a shot like this, that's not the game. So it's like, why are you showing it? You know, like, why are you showing it if it's just not, like, if it's not there? You know? And here's the thing with these games, like, a game like this, to be successful, can't just be good. Because this game has to win over a set group of players that already have a live service game they're playing. You have to win over the Overwatch players. You know, you got to win over the people who, I don't even know if you can still play Lawbreakers, but like you have to win over everybody else playing 5v5 shooters and bring them over, because those gamers already have their game of choice. So this has to be so good that they're willing to leave their game of choice that they've spent months or years playing, and that they've potentially spent money on microtransactions and cosmetics and battle passes, whatever else that that particular game of choice might have. So you have to be so good that people are willing to leave that other game permanently to come and play this. Temporarily doesn't work. If they come and play this for a month and then they leave, that doesn't work. You have to have this become their new main game. And it has to also be so good that they can get their friends that they play with to move with them to this. That's not an easy thing to do. Okay. It's quite difficult.
With Concord, we leaned on the strengths and background of our team to make a tight, well-balanced FPS that feels great to play. We focused a ton of our attention and our tech on building a strong gameplay foundation of tight core movement, precise visceral shooting, and expressive abilities.
We ended up finding ourselves influenced a lot.
I'm sorry, that's just a lot of nonsense marketing term like that. I understand the scripts are written by the marketing team and the PR guys, but like that doesn't tell you anything about the game. Expressive abilities, visceral shooting. Cool. I'd hope so. Like core fundamental gameplay. Yeah, it better be fundamental. Otherwise we got a problem. You know, like you're not telling me anything useful.
By fighting games and even strategy games in the interesting way that the asymmetry of their characters makes every fight, every matchup feel really different.
Leaning into the asymmetry of the characters, really pushing the possibility space of two different characters colliding. It's all about creating opportunities for improvisation. That's where we can get out of the way and let players find their own magic. We also have abilities that are meant to have impact beyond direct combat. Deployable gear that can persist throughout a full game, so whether that's multiple rounds of a mode or multiple respawns across a match. There are healing pads, bullet blocking domes, explosive traps, lane blocking walls, all kinds of ways to support your team or disrupt your enemies. Coordinated teams can set up and plan ahead, and depending on where and when it happens, players can shift the battlefield to their advantage.
We've got everything.
Again, how is that any different from any other? Like, again, it's just more Overwatch. Like, it's just more Overwatch.
From mystics and medics to gunslingers and spark.
Okay, wait, look. Okay, so playable characters. More trash bombs with higher damage. Variant combat trait. So you're going to unlock combat traits that have gameplay affecting stuff. Oh, they have pronouns for the robot. The robot has pronouns. It's a robot.
Robots. Every character brings their own unique.
Like I don't care for like for humans or creatures and so like whatever. Cool. It's a robot. I'm confused. Okay.
Personality, skills, and wide-ranging perspectives to the crew. Every week, when you log into Concord, you will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that...
Okay, so they have cinematics. So they're trying to meld the story side with the live service side, and they're actually putting effort into the cinematics. Okay, I like that more than like the what we got with like Suicide Squad's recent episode 2 thing, where it was like basically just Redfall pictures, you know, it was like a cartoon, things like that.
Log into Concord. You will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the characters' stories and relationships and unpack the broader Concord galaxy.
Why are you kissing a tchotchke?
We're excited to share that we'll be hosting a pre-launch beta in July, followed by Concord's global launch on August 23rd, 2024.
Is it free to play? Nope. Oh, geez, guys. Fam. Okay, well. Start pre-ordering June 6th. Wow, okay. I swear to God, if this is $70. Does anyone know, have they announced pricing yet? If it's like a 40 butt, Freudian slip. If it's a $40 thing where it's like, you know, Helldivers level, okay, a little bit better. If it's 70, that's like, there is just no way I see this working out well. Monarch pack. Get ready for all the packs, ladies and gents. Real quick, can somebody tell me in chat, I've never tried to do it myself, but if you pre-order something on Steam to get access to like a beta, if you play the beta for more than 2 hours, can you return the game since you got access to the beta through the pre-order? Is that a thing you can do? Or if you play the beta too long, will you not be allowed to return it? You could for Starfield. They just announced they changed it, if I remember correctly. Not anymore. Okay. Bite-sized Cobra, thank you. Oh, my sound bites aren't working for some reason. Sorry. Concord or Battleborn, you have to play one for 1,000 hours. How long until Concord goes free to play? I don't know, dude. Like that for a game like this, I'm sure is a last sign of desperation. Like that's the last thing they do. So maybe a year. I guess a year. Because I'm guessing they already have their whole like slate of post-launch support. They already have most of those cinematics done. Like I'm sure they got all that already done. But yeah, Bite-sized Cobra's here. That's most definitely what's up. It is indeed most definitely what's up. Yeah. F sickos, right? F sickos. Ragnarok on PC. So all of that to say, I think like I just don't see this working out well. I like I'll probably get access to it and try it. I hate sickos more than I hate Concord. I would sacrifice my Victorian clock tower mansion dream house to not have Concord. But anyway, it's yeah. I'll try it. I'll try it. See what it's like. But let me take that blow for everybody. Don't go and buy it yourself. We'll see, but I mean, no part of that looks unique. It looks like, you know, they're trying to say, yeah, we tried to focus on dynamic gameplay where each character was different, but synergized with the rest of the team. It's like, bro, that's been a thing since like, what was like Team Fortress? Like this has been a thing for ages. What are you talking about? You know? But okay. So Concord, if I had to vote it on a scale of like Redfall to Lawbreakers, I think I'd vote it sicko stinky. It's just, it's not working for me. I'm not a fan. Smells mighty stinky to me. Okay, let's see how good Ragnarok looks. Let's cleanse our palate.
You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you? A calm and reasonable person.
You don't really want war, do you, Kratos?
War is coming! The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok.
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
Death can have me. When it earns me.
Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared to consider.
We have guests! They're too fast! Look out!
Dude, the game's so freaking good. God!
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
Yep, looks amazing. Looks amazing. What else is there to say? Ultra wide support, that's fantastic. The game looks beautiful. Comes with the Valhalla DLC, that's fantastic. I mean, again, what else is there to say? It looks fantastic. You know, it's like cool. The other, I guess, the one thing to point out, I guess it is worth bringing up, Kinematsky. It has been confirmed. You can see it on the Steam listing. It will require a PlayStation Network account and login to play. Even though it doesn't have anything online, even though it doesn't have an online mode at all, it will require a PSN account. So the thing everybody was freaking out about Helldivers 4, it's the case here, except they don't have the excuse of it having a multiplayer mode. Same with Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima on PC requires a PSN account to play the multiplayer mode, and is therefore also not allowed to be sold in countries and territories where you can't have a PSN account. But again, at least there's a multiplayer mode to explain it. Here, there is no multiplayer mode, so the only reason there is a PSN requirement is seemingly for PlayStation trophies, for tracking monthly users and stuff like that. Like I don't know why else they would be forcing it, other than they just want this to be required for everything that they put out on PC, and that's just how it's going to be, and everybody's going to suck it up and like it. Whether that's enough for you to not go and play the game on PC, I don't know. That's kind of an up to you thing. I know some people were very much down for boycotts of Helldivers 2 and everything until they lifted that requirement. But with this, they're not lifting the requirement. And they've communicated clearly now at the outset it's going to be required. And it's like, if you don't like it, just don't buy it. So vote with your wallet. If enough people don't buy the game and the reason they're not buying it is because of that, Sony will change their mind. I have a feeling, though, a lot of people are just going to conveniently forget that they were upset about it and still buy it. That would be my guess. And I told you guys back with the Helldivers 2 thing, I was like, they're going to keep pushing for this. They're going to do it for Ghost of Tsushima. They're going to do it for all the other PC ports they do. And eventually people just get used to it and stop complaining about it. And that's what's going to happen here. So, but people in those countries are still able to buy Ghost of Tsushima. I thought maybe they lifted it. I was pretty sure that it was still on the, like, Steam wasn't available, or they didn't list it as available to purchase in those territories or countries. If you use like a VPN, you could, or if you set your country elsewhere, you could still buy it. But I thought if you had your country set in those territories, you couldn't buy it. Maybe they changed it. Either way, something to consider if it's something you care about. For me, I have a PSN account because I have a PlayStation. So for me, like, it's not frankly that big of a deal. But it's up to everybody if they feel like they should boycott the game as a result. Whatever. You know. Yeah, we still can't. Panda says not. So yeah. So there's that. There's that. Other than that, God of War Ragnarok looks swagalicious, I believe is the technical term. So shout out to Jeff Murr for 5 months of subs over on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. The Once in Future Jake, thank you for the 5. I guess I'm on the outside for the discourse for Concord. I thought it looked fun. I get tired of the internet erupting whenever a game isn't for them. Yeah, I think it's just, it's another... So in every industry, there are certain metas and certain meta discussions, sort of the zeitgeist, the world spirit of the discourse around that industry. And at certain times, the meta narrative lines up perfectly with a release that perfectly exemplifies everything wrong with the industry at that time. So right now, the meta of the gaming industry is that big, like massive corporations are sucking the life and soul out of the industry by forcing otherwise very capable devs to do live service games that are purely designed from the ground up to milk their audience for all they're worth. It's just designed to pull money out of you. And they also are extremely derivative of other content. They don't really do anything that novel or interesting. They're just more of what we've seen before. And so when we get a game that perfectly exemplifies that, we sort of hoist it up as a prime example of what's wrong, almost like the golden calf. We all start chanting and raving about it. And some games like Forspoken perfectly encapsulate the cringy writing, same with like Saints Row Reboot. And so those games become universally mocked because they perfectly explain what's wrong with the industry right now. Even if it's more complicated and nuanced than that, it's just one studio. They don't represent the whole industry. It's a perfect representation, effectively, of what's wrong with the industry. And for Concord seems to be, right now, a justifiable representation of what people feel is wrong with the industry. If you have fun with the game, cool. Awesome. More power to you. In the same way, some people had fun playing Forspoken. Some people had a lot of fun playing Gollum. You know, I'm sure somebody out there had fun playing that game. But when we're trying to evaluate the game as like a gaming critic or as somebody just trying to evaluate it as a product, there are certain things that need to be done in order for it to meet certain standards. And I don't think Concord checks those boxes, you know. I just don't think so. Some stoner did. Whoa, bro. He's like, the Gollum was the Gollum inside us the whole time. Okay, what's next? Oh, also real quick before I miss it, I'll go back just a tad. Oh God, sorry. Okay. Before I miss it, I would be more interested in Concord if it was a turn-based JRPG. At least it would be different. Society has moved past the need for hero shooters. I think there's just so many. And like I said, in order to be a successful hero shooter, you have to win over people from other hero shooters that are very entrenched in their games. And you literally cannot have a hiccup. You can't have a hiccup. If you have a hiccup and you have like a bad season or a bad update, those players just leave and go somewhere else. They go back to the old game that they started on. And that's a huge hurdle. You know, you can't have a single stumble. Otherwise you're screwed. Helldivers 2 had that big scandal with PSN accounts and stuff, and they still haven't really recovered from it. They had player numbers drop a lot, and it's because people broke the habit of logging in and playing the game every night because they were upset about the PSN requirement, and like a good chunk of them just didn't come back. It's crazy, but that's just how it is. What's this?
Soldiers and officials alike oppress the people for personal gain, and the people must turn to thievery for food. Perhaps this is heaven's way of lamenting the state of the land.
Men are powerless at the feet of the divine. But even so, someone must act.
Baby. Okay. Okay. Norcat's such a troll. Where's the diversity? Yeah. Where's Tom Cruise? Yeah, exactly. Where's the real samurai? I honestly, I think that looks good. That looks fun. That gets me way more excited than like Rise of the Ronin. That's very interesting to me. I like that.
Momo, I think I was dreaming. It wasn't a dream. We were really transported to Mirrorland.
The path of a stylist is never easy. So, are you ready for it?
Ready. Ready.
Is it you who pursues infinity? Or is infinity awaiting you?
Oh God. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, guys. I'm hard to play. I mean, that game looks hard to play. That's going to be hard for me to justify to play. Is it hot in here? Oh God. Yeah, you guys have been asking, like, you guys have been asking, Luke, where's the next critique? When are you doing the next big critique? Imagine if I just shadow dropped a 5-hour critique of that game. And we're just like, there we go. Now do I do that for the memes? That could be funny. That could be really funny. See, what I think a studio should do, just for the memes and the hell of it, they should start a trailer like that. And then they should go and, like, 30 seconds in, you know, Ganon shows up and just destroys the whole village. And you just see like, you know, these cutesy cats and animals torn apart and, like, you know, tear gas and mustard gas everywhere. I think that would be, just for the memes, people would lose it. It would go viral. It would go viral instantaneously. You know, someone kills the fake protagonist. Exactly, Enigma. Yeah. It's like easy money, easy clap. Yeah. You go like full, what's that old cartoon? Happy Tree Friends, I think is what it was. You know, you just go all out on it. That'd be funny. You should do that.
Stars. Fields.
Oh!
I have seen the miracles you so claim.
Tips works.
Until the towering shadows vanished into the mist.
I pray for their grace, but all that came were inferior shades.
Why do we have to bear the consequences of such power?
Time. War. Mortality. These essences shall not fall into your treacherous hands.
Wayward emissaries, grant us the forgotten miracles. Rain fire from above.
This desolate land needs a sprinkle of madness.
Damn, dude.
Remember, no matter what happens, we did not betray this world.
That looks good. I like that. Let's see. I think George said on his stream last night he played this last summer and was looking forward to it. Oh, interesting. Maybe it must have been at Gamescom or something.
I thought I could be a hero and break the curse. But I was a fool. There is no hope here. And the gods that walk among us thirst for death.
Outsider! Your head is mine!
It scares me that even in this trailer, there's massive frame drops. Like in VR, if you have any frame drops, hella motion sickness kicks in. The fact that already in this trailer, they're having frame drops all over the place, that freaks me out.
The poison in my veins begs me to kill.
I'll put you in the ground! The power of our god is immeasurable!
Thought I could be a hero. But heroes don't survive the Forsaken Lands. Only monsters do.
Honestly, as far as VR games are concerned, ooh, baby. As far as VR games are concerned, looks pretty good. Looks interesting. Looks like I need some polish, refinement, but for VR, not bad at all. What's this? I'm glad they're clumping the VR stuff together. Just put it all together. Alien. That's the whole thing? Okay. Yeah, the frames were all over the place there. I wonder if it's like, I don't know what the dev kits are like. I don't know if they can capture, like they capture the footage at 30 frames and then they tried to slow it down and that made it look choppy. I don't know. I've noticed that with a lot of VR games though.
I'm Sean Benson. I'm back on State of Play to introduce more exciting titles coming to PlayStation, starting with a highly anticipated PvP shooter, playable soon on PS5.
Okay. Another one. Marvel.
All realities converge here. Destiny awaits. Stronger together. Hell unleashed! Who needs a power-up? Free fire zone.
Embrace the chaos.
Insignificant mass. Healing power.
I'm back, baby.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Scooter boy.
Gonna get sticky.
It's gonna get sticky, guys. Yeah, you top.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Now whenever a game is coming out, I'm gonna be like, oh, time to get sticky.
Mankind has conquered space.
Closed beta on PS5. Okay. Scarlet Spider, PS5 exclusive. Everstone. Calling it now, Souls-like, am I right? Already. Sometimes you can just tell from the vibe of the trailer immediately. Yep. This looks like one of those games that Souls players who hate themselves play, you know? It's like, oh yeah, you really want to be miserable. We got you. It's like if you played Melania, you fought Melania and you're like, that wasn't hard enough.
Friends and fans. I'm super excited to
Oh, Until Dawn. Hell yeah. So my background with Until Dawn is that this is like one of the first games I ever played on PS4. It's one of the games that like got me really into modern gaming. And it was fascinating because with the varying storylines and branching narratives and everything, it was always interesting to see how it could turn out. It was also a great party game. I remember playing it in like my very first apartment, handing off the controller to you know, everybody else that was sitting on the couch, friends and girlfriend, stuff like that. And it was just a really good time. Like, it was a great social building experience for everybody. And so I hold a special place in my heart for Until Dawn. I love it.
welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter Getaway.
Oh, nice one.
You can't hide from me, Michael.
Oh, you're going down.
Oh! It means so much to me that we're all still here together.
Fight the break of dawn. I feel like someone's watching us.
There's no one out there.
Let's make this one trip.
Is that shot in the original game? So basically my understanding is that they've redone some of the cinematics. They've changed camera angles to make them a little bit wider since the PS5 can handle more detail in a single shot. Back with the original, they had to like zoom in super, super close And so like all the shots were ultra tight close-ups. And it's because if they did anything wider than that, it would just cause issues where like it just didn't look right. So my understanding is that they've done a good amount of work on cinematics and stuff like that. They've changed a lot of the lighting, because a lot of the lighting before was just very, very one-dimensional, heavy shadows. Because again, it helped cover up some of the shortcomings of the PS4 hardware. But it's definitely a different vibe, a different tone.
We will never forget.
Mike, Emily?
I was down there.
You were?
It was horrible.
I don't want to make hasty decisions that get everyone killed. No! We should stay put right here until dawn.
Jessica!
You can't let me die!
Yeah, she said it. We have to survive Until Dawn remake. NPC, oh baby. Oh baby. I'm excited to go back through it again. The quarry's a good time. The quarry, I don't know, it's fine. It's too easy. You know, Until Dawn, you literally turn left when you should have gone right, and a character gets impaled on a thing of rebar and their brain is pouring out of their head. Like, it's pretty intense. The quarry, I think, was dumbed down a little bit too much, in my humble opinion, where it felt like you almost had to try to get somebody killed in that game, you know? Like, playing very irresponsibly. And so, like, for me and Nikki, we played through it once, and I think one person died, and it was one of the characters, no spoilers, but it was one of the characters where, like, you could tell they were kind of trying to push for them maybe to die. And then we did another run where, like, we tried to just screw everything up, and it was very interesting. It was really, really funny to see how it could be different, but yeah, I like Until Dawn. It'll always have a special place right here. Right here. And I hope Supermassive, after the quarry, I hope they get their stuff figured out. Because Supermassive, the guys that did Until Dawn, they went off and did some, like, I think it was VR stuff. I don't know. They went off and did some weird stuff for a while, and they struggled. And then they announced the Dark Pictures anthology, which had, like, Man of Medan and those games. And they were generally just not great. They were all probably like 6 and 7s out of 10 at best. Just really not great at all. But they were doing that to basically work themselves up to do the quarry, and then they did the quarry, and I thought that was a really cool comeback after all the time since Until Dawn. And now it seems like they're starting to do more of these, and it's interesting. I'm hopeful we get more games like Until Dawn, because they are really I really enjoy them personally. I really do. And if Sony wants to have like visual showcase games, they work great for that. Like, you don't need crazy intense gameplay. You just crank the visuals, and it can be a console like system seller just by itself. That's what Until Dawn was. Until Dawn, most people played it back in the day in like 2015, I think it came out. It's like, it's just really, really, people played it because it was really beautiful, especially for the time. Now it's aged worse, which is why we have this remake coming, but still, I think it's a good visual system seller. Did you play the Dark Pictures? Yeah, Man of Medan was one of those games that really ticked me off. Like, I was upset I spent as much money on that game as I did. It's, to be fair, it's because I was expecting a lot more, because I was like, yeah, these guys did Until Dawn. They'll know what they're doing. And it was not anywhere near the same class. And so once my expectations were shut down after that, then I was like, okay, You play this for quick, cheap fun, and that's about it. You can have a decent time, but don't expect anything really amazing. Okay, continuing on. Yeah, it was only $30. It was like $20 too much, in my opinion. It crashed like 6 times while we played it. Even then, like, it froze constantly for like 30 seconds at a time. It was, at launch, it was like unacceptable. It was real bad. Now, hopefully it's better, but I don't know. PoE. Grinding gear games.
Ogham was once a peaceful land, but each day descends further into madness. Famine and plague besiege us. The very earth is being poisoned. The Count's men, once our protectors, have turned on us. And now they come for me.
Get out here!
For a PS5 port? That looks pretty good.
I must be the one to face this nightmare.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
But I need not do it alone.
Oh, baby, no way. Really? With... Whoa. With crossplay. I didn't think they would do that. Oh. Oh, baby. Okay. That's pretty Gucci right there. Just the crossplay. The couch co-op already, I was like, okay, that's pretty damn cool. Crossplay, though. Time to get sticky. You're damn right. Time to get sticky. Wow. Okay. Okay. Fair play. Wait, what? I pressed a button. Hold on. What button did I even press to do that? I don't even know. Cross progression. Brutal. Talk about getting sticky. Early access, late 2024. I'm pretty sure. I thought PlayStation didn't do early access. Isn't that the entire reason why they lost out on crap, it's Pal World. Isn't that the whole reason they missed out on it? Because they don't do early access? So I guess they made an exception. I get why. This is damn cool. The cross progression is crazy interesting. I did not think they could do that. Wow. Wow. Well played. That for me so far is, I think, the most surprising and exciting reveal. Ragnarok coming to PC, we all knew that. Like, it was just a matter of time. So that wasn't like, oh, wow, cool. Like, we knew it was coming. Until Dawn, we've seen that. Like, nothing really, like, fantastic. But this is actually pretty cool. What else we got? Silent.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
2? You're looking for Silent Hill 2? I am as well.
I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not.
I guess I don't really care about you.
I'm going either way.
No, you shouldn't be here. I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please. No, please.
Okay. I think it looks better than the last time we saw it. It's still pretty clunky, but Bloober's always been like that. Their games have always been like just a little off, usually with like animations. You know, their scenes and set pieces look great, but they when it comes to movement and stuff, their animation quality is usually a little bit off. But it looks better, so maybe it just keeps improving. The gameplay they showed us looked good. Yeah, I mean, I remember last time we saw it, I was like, but maybe they've figured it out and they're going to keep working on it. But when people are like, dude, I'm so hyped, I'm so stoked for this, Silent Hill 2 is great, I'm like, okay, Silent Hill 2 is great. Konami, though, has not done like anything good in like a decade minimum. So why are we giving them the benefit of the doubt? If you want to give Bloober Team the benefit of the doubt, okay, point to things Bloober's done that earns that that extra credit. But like Konami, you should not be giving Konami any benefit of the doubt. Like, really. Not at all.
Capcom and
Yeah, MSG5 or MGS5 was 9 years ago. Yeah. 2015, decade ago. Feel old yet? I do.
announced this next game last December, offering just a glimpse of what's in store for their celebrated franchise. Today, I am so excited to share the first full gameplay trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh! Again, little background, set the stage, set the scene. I'm a big fan of Monster Hunter. Shout out to my buddy Corey for getting me into it. I love Monster Hunter World. I love Monster Hunter Rise was okay, but not my cup of tea. I like the big scale of Monster Hunter World. And Wilds looks awesome from what we've seen so far. Already, like, if it's just bigger and more of what we had before, I'm in. But I'm very stoked. This is why, like, this one game, if we're seeing this now, I don't think we're seeing any Horizon game at all. Because honestly, like, Monster Hunter World or Wilds, if this launches anywhere close to that Horizon Monster Hunter multiplayer game, I don't think that Horizon game stands a chance. Because the second this is out, 10 million copies sell. Everybody's going to be playing it. It's going to be everywhere. And the idea of playing like a live service over monetized Horizon Fortnite version of it is just going to be a turnoff. Fanboy, you're damn right.
As soon as we find a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go. And then we can get started.
Lip sync. It's Freudian slip there. Lip sync. Still not their strong suit. But again, that's not really why you're playing these games.
This is gonna be great.
You bet.
I hope we find
Okay, Kaistad said mommy in chat. Okay. I don't want to hear any mommies. I don't want to hear any Milk, please. I don't want to hear any uppies. I don't want to hear any of that in chat, okay? We're going to be mature about this. Billy Elijah. That's most definitely what's up. But Goo Goo Gaga? No, Ethan. You know what you're doing.
Look!
Incredible. I've never heard of a Karatnoth herd this big before. One of them's got big spikes on its back.
Now to lead it away from the pack. We'll make for the desert.
Right.
Oh yeah. Dynamic weather events.
Now commencing the hunt by order of the guild.
Wait a minute. So the little guys can now do like little turf war things. Okay. I like that. That's cool. That way, because like in the other Monster Hunters that I've played, it's always like, well, there's the big bosses and then there's a little like fodder enemies. And they don't tend to interact like hardly at all. But if now there can be like turf wars and stuff between the big guys and the little guys. Interesting. Wait. Did I miss? Has the great sword. Oh, shoot. Oh. So you can hot swap weapons. So you can bring two weapons on a hunt and swap them out without having to do anything crazy like going back to camps or anything. That's interesting. Okay, so I wonder if that opens it up for even more complex boss encounters and stuff, where you can have a ranged weapon and a close range weapon, and you know, they can have bosses and dragons and stuff that are much more difficult to get to unless you're using a ranged weapon, and kind of toss it in together. Interesting. Booyah!
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
Voice protagonist too? Oh! He's bracing the mouth open with the greatsword. I'm a greatsword player usually, so that gets me all kinds of excited. Okay. I'm interested. This is the thing where, like, remember again, that Horizon multiplayer game is supposedly a Monster Hunter kind of spin-off clone kind of thing. How on earth does that, with a Fortnite coat of paint, compete with this? I don't know. Hopefully it's so good that it does, but this looks mighty pretty. This looks mighty good. Are you worried about this new Monster Hunter's performance after Dragon's Dogma 2? I mean, Monster Hunter 2, it seemed to mostly be, or Monster Hunter 2, Dragon's Dogma 2, it seemed mostly to be relegated to cities and places where there were a lot of NPCs. If that holds true here, and when there's a lot of monsters on screen, performance takes a nosedive, that'll be a problem, of course, there. But Monster Hunter World even ran quite well. I don't remember any major issues, so maybe I'm just forgetting them. But I mean, time will tell. We'll see. My guess is this will be playable at Summer Game Fest, so we'll probably have an idea of how it runs within like a week. Ethan. I see you. I see you. Keep it contained, man. 2025. Save data bonus. Oh, wait. Get bonuses in Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster armor set, feline leather weapon, feline acorn spade. Image taken from Monster Hunter World, and then Iceborne. Players can receive Palico equipment for use in Monster Hunter Wilds by having save data from Monster Hunter World or Monster Hunter World Iceborne on their PS5. Okay. So they're just saying if you have these skins in Monster Hunter World, they'll be passed over to Monster Hunter Wilds. That's all they're saying. I thought for a second they were saying like pre-order and you get an extra save slot or something. And I was like, excuse me? But no, I think they're just saying that there's like a bonus for having Monster Hunter installed on your PS5. So, okay, cool. What's next? What else you got? PlayStation? We're almost at the end. PlayStation. Astro Bot. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What's funny is, like, now knowing this story, this is all the funnier. Astro Bot trailer gets 99% likes on YouTube. Concord gets 18. Now I get it. I can see why. That looked pretty good. That looked pretty dang good. I'll give him that. Yeah, it's legit the best trailer. Yeah, no, I mean, it's PlayStation's
Be sure
Mario.
to visit PlayStation blog for more on the games you just saw, as well as PlayStation.com for the latest on Days of Play. This global celebration runs through June 12th, with deals on PlayStation Store, great new content coming to PlayStation Plus, and much more.
Man. Wow. And that's what we got. So we got Astro Bot 2024, Concord coming in August, I believe they said. God of War PC coming 2024, Until Dawn 2024, and then Monster Hunter Wilds, which is cross-platform, as is, I think Dynasty Warriors is cross-platform as well. Silent Hill 2, which is coming 2024, and then some of the other little stuff they showed, like, you know, Marvel's whatever this is, that's cross-platform. The VR stuff, of course, the one with everyone's favorite characters. So yeah, there's that. So there's been honestly, there was a lot there. There's a lot there. All told, I can understand why people were maybe broadly disappointed. I mean, let's read some of these comments. I have a feeling these are going to be funny. PlayStation should honestly just stop working on live service games. Shareholders are the biggest threat to quality on this planet. The world doesn't need more multiplayer FPS games. Concord Cinematic was giving me Guardians of the Galaxy vibes until they showed it's a 5v5 shooter and all my interest went away. 5.6k upvotes. Concord looks exactly like the kind of game I will never play. You know the game is garbage when you think you have to show a 4-minute cinematic trailer to sell a 5v5 game. I got the impression that this was them, like, you know how, like, for some reason at all of the BlizzCon things, they're always trying to frame Overwatch around, like, the characters, and they're like, we know you've come to know and love Tracer as a character, and because you love Tracer as a character, we're developing her story further with another cartoon, comic book, whatever, to expand. Like, they're always really pushing the story, and I think there are some people that are into it, otherwise they just wouldn't bother at all. But I think it's because they want to create, like, a fandom really, really bad. And so they try to create all these narrative ties and hooks to get you to fall in love with the characters. None of the characters, except maybe the big yellow robot, were interesting to me in Concord. None of them really stood out. But I mean, most of these comments are about how terrible Concord looked. The Concord crew looked like they would have had potential to grow as characters and have interesting stories. Shame they'll be stuck as quippy stereotypes in a hero shooter. Yeah, that's the thing. All of the characters in hero shooters tend to just be like really watered down stereotypes. The gaming industry condensed in one video. Souls-likes, games as a service, remakes, and ports. Yeah. Congrats to all the developers featured for not being fired yet. Jesus Christ. Astro Bot actually stole the show and Sony even knew it would. Yeah. I mean, the fact that that was their finisher, it's kind of crazy. But Concord went from cool world design, I'm in, to seeing 5v5 arena shooter, and I'm hard out. This, as a larger spacefaring co-op heist adventure, could be something. Concord, a game nobody asked for and nobody will play 6 months post-launch. You know the game is garbage when you think you have to show... Oh, that's the... Did they just copy that comment? I feel like we just read that. Yeah, no, they just copied the message. Okay, wow. 100% not interested in Concord. What's the standalone trailer for Concord look like? Gameplay trailer. 1 week after this game drops, we're sorry this game didn't meet your expectations. 6 months later, shuts down. Do we have some ideas to make our game stand out? No, boss. Okay, let's make it. It's like a parody of a game of every trope in the modern West Coast game dev sphere. It even has the turquoise blue media backgrounds and the quirky millennial writer quips at the end of the trailer. I refuse to believe this is not in fact a parody game. I really thought we left this era of games behind us. How generic do you want your game? Yes. Even the voice actors don't sound enthusiastic about the game. So you were telling me that over 80 developers at least sat down in their offices for straight 5 years minimum developing this game, and none of them asked, where is the soul in this? Dude, video game, the game. This is my favorite. I've literally seen fake games made for monitor marketing pictures that are more interesting. Dude. That's so savage. That's so savage, dude. That's so dirty. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm here for the comments. Me too. Guys, people are bored of Overwatch. Like, let's make another one, but worse. Yeah, basically. Concord, Star-Lord, and the gang from Temu. Dude, kinda. I don't understand who's supposed to be like, I think she's supposed to be the main character in the trailer. Like, she's supposed to be the main one that a lot of the focus is on. But all the focus ends up more on him. And I don't know, state of flop. Yeah. It's just, again, I feel like they could have shown this stuff to anyone and they would have told you how this would go over. Like, this is what I just genuinely don't understand. Are the people that are making these games literally in such a bubble that they just never hear the feedback on this? And so they're surprised when the game is received this way? Or do they know what it's going to be received like and they just are hoping that enough people don't care that it can be successful? I don't know. But like, again, it gives me strong like Lawbreakers vibes. I don't know, man. I don't get it, dude. The game will get review bombed. I mean, if people even care that much. Remember, like, Suicide Squad. Where is it? Okay, Steam. Suicide Squad. So Suicide Squad, if we go over here, like, it's still at mostly positive reviews. And it's because the only people that bothered buying it to play it were people that were going to like it. Like, they decided, this is going to be my game. I think all of this footage that we're seeing on screen now looks really good. I'm in. Like, I saw one post from a guy that spent 600 hours playing Suicide Squad. And do I have it? I don't know if I have it. I thought I bookmarked it. Maybe I didn't. Date created, maybe? No, I don't think I have it. But there were like series of posts by some guys that had played the game for 600 hours and they had constructive feedback and everything. But like, that's the people here, like the 5,000 people that voted on this. That's all people that have spent crazy amounts of time on it. But with Suicide Squad, the problem was just nobody cared. Like, even after all of that, just nobody cared enough to even like downvote it. And that's another level of dismissal. Like, at least with Redfall, like, people were interested enough to download it and try it. And that's part of what made it go viral at the time. Same with Gollum. People just were interested in seeing how bad the dumpster fire was. With Suicide Squad, people just straight up didn't care. And with Concord, it might be the same thing, where they just don't even bother downloading it to mass downvote it, you know? Yeah. 600 hours playing Suicide Squad. God, that guy must have bought the collector's edition. I bet I can find it. It was like Reddit. Hot top, maybe? It was upvoted a lot. Maybe if I just search 600 hours. Yeah, look at this. Dear Rocksteady, here's my constructive feedback on the game after 600 plus hours of playtime. 600 hours. And I mean, he's got a lot of feedback. Got a lot of feedback. Look at all this. Add more loot management options, such as sorting items by rarity, set, type, etc., and more filtering options based on keywords like burn or critical hit and stuff like that. We need more dedicated and better training area. It's almost impossible to properly test stuff in this game because there's no training dummies at the base. The current training dummies at the base are very weak, and there's no way for us to tune them. We need a room dedicated to testing items and builds. For people that have already completed the Battle Pass, we need some sort of reward that replaces Battle Pass XP or some sort of levels with various rewards after completing the cosmetic levels. Stuff like extra experience or a Prometheum would be great. The Battle Pass can be completed in less than a day, and the season lasts for 3 months, which doesn't make sense. Either make the Battle Pass have more levels or make it harder to complete it, besides everything I said above. Like, seriously, this dude went in and basically wrote a thesis on what is not working in the game, and you'd hope so after 600 hours. And the response from the community, you know, they upvoted it a good amount. I got the plat in this game and I've sweated out season 0 and season 1, and I'm around 150 and less hours. 600 is an F ton for real. I ain't reading all that, but Jesus Christ, how did you get 600 hours in the game? 3 in end game loop and number 5 in loot are probably my biggest gripes playing casually. That and definitely being unable to use abilities on Brainiac. It makes the fight rely on counters to get shield, which I get, but especially right between phase changes, I feel like I've at least earned an opportunity to traverse attack. Yeah, just the whole thing is messed up, but at least like this guy cared enough to do all this. Are they going to take any feedback? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But Concord, I get a feeling people probably, this is going to just turn into another one of those lol cow games. It's going to turn into a game that people watch ironically and follow content on ironically, not because they're actually interested, but because they just like to watch the world burn. And that is a thing nowadays. It's crazy to say, but it is a thing. It's kind of wild, but I've noticed that on my end where I'll cover games and it's like nobody's playing Suicide Squad or Redfall, but hundreds of thousands of people will watch my videos talking about them, or the videos where I play it, you know. Except that Reddit user, he's going to put 600 hours into Concord. Yeah, exactly. He's going to be the guy. Yeah, he's the guy. So all told, after all of that, where would I rate it? You guys rated it at 5 with a lot of 6s. So probably averaging out like around a 6. Astro Bot looked good. All of this stuff, like Monster Hunter, is cross-platform. The game looks great, but it's cross-platform. It's not really exclusive. Silent Hill 2 still looks kind of funky. PoE, that's actually a W. This looked really good. The cross-progression and all that stuff is great. But again, it's not a PlayStation game. Until Dawn, it's chugging along. Marvel's Rivals, again, not them. Where Winds Meet. This actually looked good. And interesting, but we'll see what that actually, you know, how that comes together. Concord was their big one. Silent Hill 2. This was the gameplay trailer. And I guess I'll pull this up in a second. Jacob will do a dedicated reaction to this. I'll pull that up since we didn't see that during the event. And then Astro Bot, like I said, looked great. So that's a W. But it's kind of hard to find. It's kind of hard to find the saving grace with all this. It's a whole lot of nothing. They spent the first third, literally the first third of the event, showcasing Concord, which just no part of it looks like it's gonna work. Like, and I'm trying to find the silver lining. I just can't find it. I don't know what I'm supposed to look at that's like really good. You're showing me, oh, well, we're gonna have cinematics to develop their stories. Okay, but that's not in the game. That's a cinematic that starts, I think, did they say weekly? You know, so like, okay, that's just gonna make me wish we had a different game. If it's really good, it's just gonna make me wish that we had a single player narrative game that did that instead of a 5v5, you know? Yeah, Concord will be on PC too. Yeah, again, they're just hoping for another Helldivers situation. They're hoping that they can launch this, people try it, and it clicks, and it finds overwhelming success, and people just start eating it up. Helldivers 2, though, I think to assume that you can just replicate that easily is foolhardy. I think that's a little ridiculous. The reason why Helldivers 2 popped off is it came out at like the perfect time. People were coming off Pal World. It appealed to PC gamers. It was very memeable and community driven. No part of a 5v5 hero shooter is like community driven. It's just not. Like in Helldivers, part of the fun was that everybody could work together to achieve certain goals, like clear this planet with all the missions. Okay, we cleared it. Now we all get rewards by doing that. So it's community driven to actually progress the meta narrative of the game and the story. With this, none of that's the case. It's just an Overwatch ripoff that has some different coats of paint. I'm like, there's just nothing really clear to hook you. Yeah, I don't think people understand just how powerful that meme ability was. That was crucial. That was crucial for Helldivers 2 popping off, but this just doesn't have any of that. Like, what are you going to do? Clip one of the funny, interesting quips from one of the characters? Wow, they said something so badass and witty. Oh, baby. So, again, I don't really know what I was expecting, but I was still somehow expecting a bit more than what Concord brought. And because like in their online posts, they were saying, yeah, we're trying to make sure that players can tell stories with each other every time they log in and all that. And it's like, okay, interesting, but what does that mean? And now we see, oh, it just means it's a 5v5 shooter. And that's it. Like that's all there is. It's just marketing crap. Yep. Rock, good to see you, my friend. Yeah, in Shinobi Drip, you're right. In Helldivers, you actually make your own cinematics. Yeah, there's been, if you've ever played that game, you know there's moments where you'll do something crazy and you clip it and you're like, that was freaking cool. You know? It's just awesome. Leo, thank you for the 4 months. I'm unsubscribing from your channel if you don't review Infinity Nikki. Well, it sounds like you forced my hand. Sounds like I have to. I mentioned before, guys, we are doing critiques. I don't know if you guys were here for that stream, but we are doing critiques. We're going to kick those off again. My goal is for the next one, it'll go up while I'm like the gap when I'm on vacation in early July for the 4th of July. So sometime early July, that critique will go up. And we're going to be relaunching the Patreon as part of that. And what we're going to do is I'm going to basically just open it up to patron votes to vote for the next critique. So straight up, if everybody voted for me to do Infinity Nikki or whatever it was called, well, that's what the patrons decided. So that's what we're going to do. And we do a massive critique on a game where you play a woman with a bunch of walking and talking cats. and I think it would be funny, but we would do it. So yeah, I'm excited to get back into the critiques and stuff. It's going to be good. We found a way to structure it where it will make sense. And I mean, depending on what levels and tiers we hit in terms of patron support and stuff, we could reasonably get to the point where, like, if we reach a certain level and, you know, people vote for like a freaking critique of Concord or something, we could straight up go and reach out to the devs and see if we could go fly as a team. We could fly to the studio and film interviews with devs and stuff. And so we do a critique documentary hybrid, and we could do all sorts of really cool stuff with it. Which I think would be so freaking cool if we could pull that off. Like, just imagine how awesome that would be. Like, oh, we want to do a Path of Exile 2 critique. Okay, well, let's me and my agent and everybody, we will contact the devs. We'll try to organize like the interviews with the devs, and then we could actually pitch some of the thoughts of what we thought of the game and maybe constructive critiques and stuff. We could even ask them, why was this choice made? Why did you do it this way instead of this way? And then get their actual feedback. It could be really, really cool, I think. I mean, this is in the nicest way. Please don't do Concord. Well, that's the great thing, Gunnar Dan. I won't really get to decide. Like, it'll be up to viewer votes, or patron votes rather. So like, if everybody votes for Concord, we'll do Concord. If everybody votes for Infinity Nikki, we do that. If everybody votes to go back and retroactively do Hellblade 2, like, we do that. So there's all sorts of cool stuff we could do. So anyway. Yeah, patrons will have to decide if they care more about the memes or like an actual quality critique that people care about. You know, I wonder if Jim Ryan will be a playable character in Concord. Dude, straight up, if we hit the patron level to be able to go do that, and somehow they let us into the studio to talk to the devs, that would be like the last question before I leave. Like, because I know if I'm going to ask this too early, you're going to just kick me out. So I'm just going to ask you now that we're done recording. Is Jim Ryan a playable character? Like, maybe as like a cool zombie or something. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be fun. So anyway, we'll launch that Patreon, and I'll fill you guys in on all of that, because it's still kind of getting fine-tuned. We're still figuring out exactly what that's going to look like, but I am working on the critique that will launch in July. Here's, I guess, a question for you guys just before we move on to the next thing, this Silent Hill 2 gameplay. For the critique, I'm not going to spoil it, but the next critique launches early July. Do you think we should try to launch the Patreon before that, in like mid-June, so that patrons can get their names in the credits of the Starfield? I just spoiled it. Of the Starfield critique. I was going to try to keep it a secret. It's a Starfield critique. That's how long I lasted. 30 seconds of trying to keep it coy. Or should we launch it as part of the Starfield critique? I didn't even mean to do that. I just did that accidentally. I didn't. I'm okay. I'm just going to walk it off. I cannot believe I just did that. Oh, man. I was like, dude, it's going to be so cool. I'll keep it secret. And then in July, the video will just drop. People will be like, oh, no way. Cool. Wow. Wow. Yeah, Jacob. Oh. Damn it. Oh, man. Todd made me do it. We gotta make an offering. He's clearly upset with me. I've clearly upset him. Praise be. Praise be to Todd. Everyone, praise be in chat. Praise be. Praise be to Todd. Oh, man. Praise be. Yep. Praise be. Everyone bow. So anyway, damn it. Crap. Oh, man. Poo. Okay, well, now I guess you guys know. Is this review going to be procedurally generated? Dude, maybe that is a funny segment we could do in it. What if it's like, so to demonstrate that procedural generation in the context of video games is not a great idea, I'm going to use ChatGPT to write the next 5 minutes of the critique, and we're going to see how much sense it makes. And then we just do like a 5-minute segment where it's just, hey, ChatGPT, can you critique the video game Starfield for me? And we just see what it does. That could be funny. If we do that, that could be really funny. That's funny. Okay, where was I? I gotta catch up on this. Doom of Sedan, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. AC Shadows, do you think if this were the 3 AC games with Yasuke and the one was in oh, I see what you mean. So it's rumored that one of the Assassin's Creed games that are coming up is going to be like across 3 different areas. So it's going to go across like either 3 different countries or time periods. It's not really clear. But if this were that game with Yasuke in Africa and then 2 was in India and then in Japan, the outcry would be the same. I don't think it would be the same. I think the problem with AC Shadows is right now it feels like they had the chance to do a like traditional samurai story, and instead they went for this route, which comes off as them just trying to pander to DEI stuff, and they're just trying to be like, see, we have a diverse cast of characters, when it's like, it's set in Japan, dudes. Like, why don't you have like a traditional samurai? So that's the impression it comes off. So it kind of fits with that narrative. So I think that doing it that way, as you've described it, would definitely shake off a lot of the outcry. I do think people would still be upset, but because there's just people like that, where if you have any playable character that's not just like a white dude, people are like, well, here we go again with the diversity. There's always going to be people like that. But I think if they did it the way you're describing, yeah, I do think it would be lessened. The blowback would be lessened. Ethan, thank you for the 2. Love your streams, Luke. And I love you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Mad Bat, thank you for that. Hi, Luke. Sorry, I'm a bit behind. You know what's the worst part about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League's loot boxes? The capsule is what Batman used to drop his suit in Batman Arkham Knight. It is. And it's just like a reskin of it. Not even a particularly good one. And they just copy and pasted it over into this context of rewarding players. And I swear to God, I would bet so much money that was just a loot box you could pay for at one point. Like, imagine if that's part of the reason they delayed the game a year. Imagine if in early 2023, they still had loot boxes in it. And then they were like, okay, this is going to implode if we launch like this. And so they spent like a year trying to strip out the gear score and strip out that. Like, pretty crazy. But yeah, it's like a lazy reskin for a loot box. It's not even like a good one. Fearless Wolf, thank you for the 10 pounds. Appreciate you. The games industry is a mess. They are so obsessed with Fortnite Helldivers knockoffs to become a money-making exercise. Miss the days of Battlefront 4 or Battlefield 4, COD Modern Warfare 09, where gaming was fun and simple. Yeah. I think a lot of these publishers are just overcomplicating it. They think that they have to come out with like the world's most complex and overarching narrative. Like, if you guys saw that segment we did on Rainbow Six with the new membership, like $10 a month membership they're doing, they have to have like a chart written out with all sorts of arrows going different directions of what you get if you buy in at this level and do this and do that. You get these perks, and if you don't get those perks, but you get these other ones. It's just like you need to spend 15 minutes researching what the hell you're even trying to buy if you even want to give them money, much less if you just want to buy the game as it is and play the game for free beyond that. Not even for free. You bought the game. You just want to play the game without spending more money, you know? So we're seeing it come back. We're seeing the kind of pendulum swing the other way, where I think a lot of those games that have been pushing too hard are just crashing and burning. I mean, look at Redfall, look at Suicide Squad, look at Concord. Like, these games I think are all going to be failures, even though they're doing everything by the book. It's just the book's wrong. They just never thought to think and consider that maybe the manual they're following is outdated or bad, you know? But yeah, I agree with the sentiment, Fearless Wolf, certainly. Thank you for that. Pretty all right. Also, thank you. 12 months. Oh, baby. A full year. For a man under as many NDAs as you've been, I am shocked you spoiled that. Praise be to Todd. I can't believe I've been here for a year. Yeah, dude, for real. Thank you for a year of support. My goodness. And yeah, you'll notice in the Redfall video that just went up today, this morning, which you should watch right after the stream, of course. When the game crashes, one of the 3 times it crashed in that video, we had to blur out my desktop and stuff like that. And it's because, like, at any given moment, I might have like 1 to 5 games installed on my computer that I like am not allowed to talk about. It's like, it's a little outrageous. It's just, it's crazy, but you know, very fortunate, but I'm also surprised that I blew it. When that was my one job, was to not spoil that we were working on that. So oops, man. The hub could be up. Oh, like porn could be up. Yeah, that would be funny. No, I don't understand why people, I don't even get it. Like, who watches that like at a desk? I don't understand. Like, y'all have phones, don't you? You know, I genuinely don't understand why you would ever have that pulled up on your computer, like your desktop. I don't understand it. I feel like I'm missing something. Is there a technique I'm not aware of, you know? Anyway, got to use the big screen, Luke, for immersion. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess I hadn't considered immersion. I should have thought of that. Wow. That's funny. And then also the damn punk. That's a good username. Thank you for becoming a member as well. Thank you. Appreciate you. VR headset is linked. Yeah, the VR headset. That's a buddy of mine got a VR headset recently. And you know, he went through the waves of like playing all the little games and like Beat Saber, stuff like that. And like, we're at dinner. I was like, you've tried it, haven't you? You've tried VR. You have, right? And he's like, no. Like, got so uncomfortable. So quick. I was like, you know what you're doing. Like, come on. I know. Anyway. Okay. Enough about VR porn. Let's talk about Silent Hill 2. You ready? Okay. Palette cleanser. Let's just do this. Okay. So, PlayStation event. There were a lot of things that we saw. One of the things that people have been particularly hyped over is Silent Hill 2 remake, coming from Konami and Bloober, which is a team that's worked on a bunch of other stuff. I think their most recent game, Bloober, right? Bloober team. Yeah. I almost just typed in Boober, and that would have been confusing. So Team Bloober, they recently did Layers of Fear. Let's see, 2023. That came out even earlier than that. Was this the sequel? It's a remake and sequel. That's what it was. I was like, because I played Layers of Fear years ago. But okay, they did that. The Medium, which was meh. I just didn't. It wasn't even really like a game. I don't know. It wasn't for me. Blair Witch, Layers of Fear 2, Observer. They've done a bunch of stuff, but they've always been like a little clunky. You know, it's not, their games are not ever like the most polished. The animations are never that great, but they landed the license to do Silent Hill 2. And the trailer looked okay, but then they also revealed this gameplay reveal after the fact. And I've not seen this, so let's see what this actually looks like. Yeah, so typically Bloober Team videos or games rather, they have great environments. They look really, really good in like still shots and in these kind of trailers and stuff. It's when characters start moving and talking that things start to look a little off. You know, there's always one shortcoming or weakness where you're like, oh, that's it. And for them, that's what it usually is. So we'll see if the gameplay's improved and if the animation quality's better.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did.
Uh-oh, you guys are saying it looks horrible. Get ready. Uh-oh. Silent Hill 2.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. Is she really alive?
Look out, Hellblade. There's a new walking sim in town. Get ready. Oh, baby. See, very, very moody, though. See, I heard that back in the day with the original Silent Hill 2, like, part of the reason the fog was so heavy was actually technical constraints. Like, they couldn't actually render farther away, so they put this heavy, heavy fog in to make it so that there wasn't, like, constant pop-in and stuff like that.
Wait.
And now it's an artistic choice. Uh-oh. Get ready to get sticky. Literally. Just gonna rub himself in. Oh. It's me, Zipper Boy. Oh, walking down the streets in San Fran, basically. Or Philly. I've heard Philly is also rough these days. When I say I've heard, I mean I've seen like a TikTok and that's it. London, innit?
Where are you, Mary?
Innit? Dilly dilly. Yummy. Bro, that's like... What is it called when the fat like sloughs off the body and goes all liquidy? There's a name for it. putrefaction or something like that.
What you got there?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
What? Hey, wait!
Yeah, screw you. Get a haircut. So that looked good. That looked good.
Where did she go?
I don't know.
Adipocere is the... I thought adipocere is when, like, a body is underwater and then the fat turns, like, white and creates, like, a thin, waxy film all over. But maybe that's a different thing. I heard about it in a documentary about the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald ship in Lake Michigan. Or Lake Superior, rather. Lake Michigan. Jesus. But yeah, all the bodies are like covered in like a white casing basically that are still down there because of the adipocere and everything. I would Google it, but I know I'm going to see some pictures I probably don't want to see.
Let's look around.
What's with this walk? I think this is an example of why that animation blending thing is so important that Unreal Engine and Naughty Dog and stuff do. Where they have like a whole library of animations and then they blend them all together
Empty.
to make movement more
Than the other
natural.
places we've been.
It seems like with this, they have a walk animation and they have a jog animation and nothing in between. Hydrolysis is what I found. Oh, okay. That sounds right. Hydraulic is turning to liquid. Yeah, so that would make sense. She's just staring at the picture. Okay. Dude, is it bad that I kind of want to go through my house and have pictures when people come over to visit like that, where it's like family photos, but I've scratched out all of our faces just to like kind of freak them out? I think that could be fun. You know, I have the real pictures that I put up when people aren't over, but like when it's just us hanging out or when it's people coming over, then that's when I put them up just to freak people out. I think that'd be fun.
There.
Laura, wait!
It's okay. We don't want to hurt you.
God damn it. Now, where is that girl?
I think we should cancel this game. The whole game is him just running around a building looking for a little girl that he wants for himself. It's really uncomfortable. We've been too spoiled. It feels like every game is a 10 or a 0. I think a lot of it is that with games being more expensive than ever, with money being tighter than ever for a lot of people, and with the advent of things like Game Pass, where games just end up when they don't, when they're not like great, they just, you know, are on sale for a while and then they go on Game Pass as like a last resort. I think people have just become conditioned to, if it's not like a need right now, 10 out of 10 level game, they're like, okay, I'll just wait for it to go on sale 80% off in like 2 months and then I'll play it then. Easy. And that for companies is like the worst thing they could do or have happen, because they don't make a profit then. They're in trouble. Financially, you know, that doesn't work. But it's also like, can you blame the gamers? Not really. The gamers are just choosing more wisely where to spend their money. And they don't want to waste it on okay games paying full price. Honestly, like the combat, it just looks button mashy. That's fine, but it's a suspense thriller, so like this isn't really the type of game that needs a stunning, like a stunning combat system. Bro's got those manicured fingers. Oh, baby. Got that shotgun. Okay, maybe now the gameplay, maybe now it ticks up. Okay. Burr! Fade to black. You guys know how I feel about fade to blacks. So, Silent Hill fans in chat, I need you to put in chat what made the original so special, and what would they need to do here to recapture that. Yummy. Oh, nice aim. One time I got really drunk after going to a Mexican restaurant, and I swear to God, I crawled around on the floor like that. Not in the restaurant, when I got home. We were like watching a movie, and I had a yoga ball, and I was rolling around on it, and then I fell off the yoga ball. College was wild, dude. It was awesome. Atmosphere and story. Sure, it wasn't. Sure, it wasn't at the restaurant. Oh, wait.
Laura, why do you keep running away from me? And how do you know about Mary?
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying. Laura, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Fine, don't believe me. See if I care.
Hey!
Let go.
I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
Fine. But there's something I gotta get.
Laura.
It's important.
What is it?
A letter. For Mary.
What?
I hid it. In there.
You sure this is where you left it?
It's in the back. Behind an old pipe.
Okay, wait here. Open the door, Laura.
Why? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Let me out of here, you little brat!
In your dreams, fart face.
Please open the door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See a fart face?
Laura! Laura!
Really getting a lot of mileage out of that fart face, though. Okay. So, in my opinion, if you strip away the Silent Hill name, like, it just comes off as a standard Team Bloober or Bloober team game. I don't really see anything they're doing that's like, okay, here we go. You know? Like, it's just not really clicking with me. But they also have months and months to go. So maybe they do another trailer that really clicks with me and I'm like, oh, I get it now. I'm all in. I was not, I didn't play this back in the day. Because when did this launch? What year did this launch? What I know is I definitely was not actively playing these types of games when it dropped. And 2002, yeah, I was 5 years old. So this wasn't something I was playing if it was released in 2002. So I'm coming at it fresh. I don't have the nostalgia bias or anything. Oh, it's 2001. Okay, so I was 4. So I just don't have that little extra push. But that hasn't stopped me before. There are some games like I didn't play the original Mafia, but I loved the Mafia remake that they did, the Mafia Definitive Edition. So if the game is good enough, it can really pop off. So I'm excited. I played it when I was 3. The fuck? Yeah. So I'm interested. I want to see more. It's not something that I would consider like a must play based on these trailers, but it could get there if they continue to showcase it. These trailers are getting better, which typically game trailers do not get better with time. Usually the more you see of a game that's bad, the worse it looks. With this, the more we see, the better it looks, which is a very good sign. Hopefully it just means that they're refining it. So we'll see. I remember being in my mother's womb and playing it. Shout out to Terrence Howard. Shout out. Did you unravel the flower of life? Should have. Yeah, and many fans of Silent Hill only hopped on with Silent Hill 2, so they had no clue it was an objective explanation for the world. So most fans nowadays also reinterpreted the series as just a bunch of spooky stuff. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. People do that a lot, though, is they miss the nuance and they just look at like the most like streamlined explanation. It's a horror game, so it's just spooky stuff for spooky reasons, and they just kind of leave it there. Same thing with like Resident Evil. A lot of people, I was talking to one of my college buddies like months ago. It was probably around Halloween because I was playing like Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 4 remake, yeah. And we talked about Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 and all that. And he was like, yeah, honestly, I have no idea what's going on in the story. No clue at all. But I just like, fighting the monsters and have a good time with it. I have no idea what's going on in the broader narrative, though. And I think that happens a lot. I mean, a lot of, like, even Assassin's Creed players are like that. It's like, what's going on with the modern day storyline? People have no idea, but they enjoy the games, It happens a lot. Have you done a straw poll to see how old your viewers are? I've got like the full YouTube surveys and stuff where they track all of that and for like advertising reasons. And they've found, YouTube stats say that my audience is overwhelmingly like 20s, late 20s, 30s. It's very, very old considering the types of things I cover. So normally, like somebody that does gaming content, they would have mostly like teenagers as their primary audience. I don't. Most of my audience is between like 20 and 35. And then there's a good chunk in like 35 to 50. And my percentage of viewers who are in like the teenage age range, very low. Very low. Surprisingly so, but that's how it is. Yeah, 44. I'm 87. Shout out 87. That's because you're more mature. Yeah, I think so. And it's also like I don't tend to, like, I'm not making videos on Rocket League. I'm not making videos on Call of Duty. Like, a lot of the younger generation are playing games that I'm just not that interested in, to be honest. 53, 29, 28, 23, I'm 25, 22, 22, 21. Holla, 53. So Pyramid Head never existed outside of James specifically being in the town of Silent Hill. The real Pyramid Head was in our hearts the whole time. Rocket League critique when? Dude, if you guys voted for that and I had to play a lot of Rocket League, I'd be screwed. I'd be so screwed. Like, I'm not good at it. I'm not capable. Just what are you gonna do? Ugh. I don't even know. Oh, Paul Tassi. What did Paul say? What did Paul say? Wait, what? Marathon shifted to a hero shooter? Wait, what? Wait, what? Is that true? Hold on. Did Marathon shift to a hero shooter? Let's see, that was March. March 19th. Bungie replaces Marathon director amid leadership shakeup. Game director is still begging, but I'm excited to share more info. Game is closer to bringing it to all of you. Okay, hold on. I thought it was an extraction shooter as well. I also thought that. Marathon. Oh my god. I want to look in here.
Marathon replacing Chris Barrett in an extremely weird series of events we still don't understand. And the rumor when that happened 9 months ago or whatever it was that the game had shifted from custom player characters more along the lines of like your Helldivers to heroes. And, you know, Valorant has heroes, and then this game's going to have heroes, and it's Bungie, and they have the same shooting. And then Concord is by ex-Bungie people, and it has, you know, some elements, not just some.
Okay, so I mean, I guess let's read this article. Because I hadn't heard that they were gonna do like heroes for it. Amid ongoing anxiety within Bungie following layoffs last year, the studio is now preparing for another shakeup. This time on Marathon, its upcoming live service game, intended as its next step beyond Destiny. According to multiple sources familiar with the matter, Bungie is in the midst of shifting around its creative leadership on Marathon, including removing longtime Bungie designer Christopher Barrett from the game director role. IGN learned he is being replaced by former Valorant game director Joe Ziegler, who left Riot Games for Bungie in 2022. Interesting. Okay. IGN has reached out to Bungie for comment on whether or not Barrett will remain with the company. Bungie has not responded to comment or to IGN's request for comment, but shortly after we reached out, Ziegler confirmed his appointment to game director on X and Twitter. For the last 9 months, I've been working on Marathon as game director. We still bacon, but I'm excited to share with you more info on the game as we get closer and closer to bringing it to all of you. Okay, while this is going on, sources tell IGN that Bungie is pouring resources into getting Marathon out the door. The game's direction has shifted somewhat under Ziegler's new leadership, one source says, including moving away from custom player characters in favor of a selectable cast of heroes. Oh. It would make sense considering this guy has directed other hero, like, you know, Valorant, another hero-based shooter. And now they're getting word and interviews from people familiar with the matter that are confirming they're moving away from open character classes and designs into heroes. Well, okay. Bungie has found itself rocked by a number of major shakeups in recent years that have tanked morale at the Destiny studio and left its future uncertain. Sony officially acquired the studio mid-2022 with the promise it would largely retain a semblance of freedom as an independent subsidiary. While sources say that's largely remained true, Bungie has struggled to meet key financial targets. Destiny 2 significantly underperformed last year. Yeah, they missed their targets by like upwards of 50%. So it's like if you expected to make $100 and you only made 50. Like they have not made, like, not even approached the minimum of what they were expected to do. Just hemorrhaging money. In October, Bungie laid off roughly 100 of its then $1,200 employees amid greater cost-cutting measures that saw Marathon delayed to 2025 and employee benefits slashed, further damaging the mood internally. Notably, multiple sources at the time and since have shared that Sony has largely left the studio to sort out its own troubles and was not responsible for the layoffs, with CEO Pete Parsons taking responsibility. However, sources at the time also told IGN that when leaders were asked if they had considered taking pay cuts prior to making layoff decisions, one responded that Bungie was, quote, not that type of company. I bet they're not. Wow. Internally, the sentiment is only growing that the final shape needs to succeed for Bungie to avoid further internal turmoil. Dude, that's unreal. Sources at the time told IGN that when leaders were asked if they considered taking pay cuts prior to deciding to lay people off, those executives said they're not that type of company. Wow. That's unbelievable. I mean, they're saying the quiet part out loud. Wow. Wow. That's unbelievable. I can't believe that. That's crazy. We're not that kind of company. Oh, no. We keep our jobs. You go bye-bye. That's what that means. What was your name again? I'm just making the list for layoffs. Okay, oh, Luke. Okay, got it. It's okay. Well, shoot. I don't know how this I didn't hear about any of this. I didn't hear that Bungie, granted this article, like, March is when they openly were discussing the replacement. Apparently the director shakeup happened about 9 months before this, so it happened middle of last year. But it's just now kind of getting out. So it's been a couple months since even this article went up, but I just totally missed this. I hadn't heard that there's very good reason to think that they've shifted away from actual player designed characters and loadouts and stuff to heroes. It's okay. Just another hero shooter. Okay, great. Love that. Yeah, Tuesday. This is from back in March again. Tuesday was a truly wild day for Bungie. It's like simultaneously announcing a change in Marathon's game director to get out ahead of a pending IGN story. Ziegler says he's been game director for 9 months, which was never announced until this IGN article forcibly revealed it. And that would have been just weeks after Barrett premiered Marathon in a showcase in May 23. There are no reasons given for the change, and Barrett is now simply listed as executive creative director at Bungie with unclear responsibilities. But what caught the attention of players themselves was a note about an apparent change in direction for Marathon, that the game is, quote, moving away from custom player characters in favor of a selectable cast of characters. The idea here seems to be that instead of the promised player customization that was spoken about during the reveal, this would instead be a hero-based extraction game instead, channeling Ziegler's former game Valorant. While games like Valorant and Apex have been successful with the hero shooter model, I have not seen a single positive comment about this alleged change from anyone, namely host of Destiny players and content creators, who have all expressed disappointment or concern about the idea. It was always going to be a tall order to try and convert Destiny players over to a PvP extraction game, But now, if nothing else, Destiny has been all about player customization for 10 years, from loadouts to looks. If Marathon ditches that in favor of Valorant, Overwatch, or Apex-style heroes with fixed kits, that is a huge turnoff to that entire community. That's what I don't understand. It's like they keep phrasing all of this around, this is the evolution, this is where they're moving to, this is what's going to replace Destiny. So like Destiny 2 is over here, and then Marathon is supposedly over here, and they want that to be even bigger, right? They want Marathon to be huge. And in order to do that, they have to get a good number of these people over. Hopefully all of them, right? Hopefully all the Destiny players just come over, and then you start with a big old chunk of Destiny players filling this in. And then you get, you know, other extraction shooter fans in here, and maybe you get some Apex fans coming in, and it just fills in from there. But if you're going from full customization and not an extraction shooter over with Destiny, how do you get those players over here? You know, they're very, very different. So it's a bold choice to just pivot off of this. It feels like you're leaving Destiny behind. And maybe the entire goal is for them to leave Destiny behind because it hasn't been making them any money. So they're like, yeah, we dump it. Apex is making money. Valorant's making money. Let's just do that. Let's just make our own version of that. I don't know. If Marathon flops, I don't... Oh, man, Bungie's just going to turn into like a support studio. Like Sony's going to come in, take over, kick out all the executives. Like they're just going to run the show. They're not going to dump Destiny. All the phrasing of what they're saying, dump, I should be more specific. Dump makes it sound like they just shut it down and move on. When I say dump Destiny, I mean Destiny as like Destiny 2 as a game is not part of their next like 10-year plan. Their 10-year plan is Marathon. So if their goal is to just be like, okay, Destiny 2 is cool, we're going to try to convert everything into this hero-based extraction shooter model, it seems like they're going to be relying a lot on fans of other extraction shooters to fill in the player base rather than Destiny players, because I'm not sure if Destiny players are going to convert that readily. One idea is that Bungie is doing this to distance itself from Tarkov, the other highest profile PvP extraction game, but I think there are likely other things at play. First, this is clearly Ziegler's skill set, and if he's game director now, it may be a vision he is more comfortable with as opposed to Barrett's custom concept. Second, my gut tells me this may have something to do with monetization, as hero games sell extremely pricey skins, with Valorant getting wildly expensive things like weapon skin bundles or Apex's heirloom system. That may be the kind of monetization that Bungie wants and need here for Marathon. From the outside, switching to a hero-based game does not seem wise. Doing that forces you into competition with huge existing games, even if you have a different concept with Extraction. And while you may be able to pursue new players, you are going to lose the interest instantly of a lot of Destiny players that have stuck with you for a decade. And before that, Halo players, which this will also be nothing like. Again, Bungie has not confirmed this, but Ziegler says more of Marathon will be shown soon, and with Bungie needing to get the game out in 2025, there's almost no way it changes course now. That's true. Yeah, I think it's pretty much stuck. I have 6K hours in Destiny, 100K on Steam. Yeah, no, okay, I guess I have to whittle this down a little more. When I say dump Destiny was a crude word while I was spitballing. When I say they're trying to figure out what their next 10-year plan is, it's around Marathon, and this isn't even controversial. Like, they've spoken very honestly about it, that Marathon is their next big thing that they hope is going to basically be their Destiny 2, but fill in the gaps. Destiny 2 has not really been doing what it needs to do monetarily. They've missed revenue targets. They've missed profitability targets. They stand the risk of having Sony come in and completely take over the company, because the whole standard was that if Destiny, or if Bungie rather, met certain financial targets, they could remain independent. And if they failed to meet those targets, Sony comes in and takes it over. They've missed those targets. And so if Marathon also fails to make a lot of money, then Sony's going to come in and take over. And if Destiny 2 is not proving to be super profitable for them, like, what are they to do? Just keep it afloat, losing money? They're not going to do that. Dumping Destiny sounds like a bad breakup with a stripper. Yeah, especially because Destiny's a girl's name, you know? Yeah. Destiny over monetized too. You have to pay like 300 to 400 euros just on DLCs. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. It's possible for them to get a lot of Destiny 2 players to move on to Marathon, but it needs to have similar playstyle and features. That's the thing though, is like, I seriously don't know. I mean, I guess you guys who play Destiny, you know better than anybody. If this comes out and it's just a hero-based extraction shooter, like, is that appealing to you at all as a Destiny player? I'm not sure if that does, because that sounds different enough to me, you know? Destiny is alive, you're right, Reinhard. Nobody's disagreeing that it's alive. It's not making enough money. That's the problem. You can have a game that's alive, has plenty of players, but it doesn't mean that it's making the money that the company needs to make. And that's been the issue for Bungie for ages, you know? Like, those are two different questions. Nobody's saying Destiny's dead. It's Destiny's not making enough money. You know? As a Destiny player with 10K hours, I'm no longer interested in Marathon. It'll be one of those I'll give it a try games that people will lose interest in. I've played Destiny since Alpha, and I won't be playing Marathon, LOL. They're going to make a show to profit off of the IP. I mean, I wish them the best. Game shows can be very successful, as we saw with like Fallout and The Witcher for a season or two. But they can also be just total disasters, as we've seen with The Witcher after the first season or two, and Halo and all that. Yeah. I like Destiny for the dungeons and endgame content that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah. Luke, look into Warframe to see what's wrong with Destiny. Not a shell comment, I swear. Oh, I'm really impressed with Warframe. I've played Warframe. I've done videos on some of their expansions and stuff, and I've been really impressed with what they offer. I mean, the stuff that they just casually offer for free is crazy. Like the free updates, it's wild. Whole expansions with all new levels and combat systems and stuff, it's wild. Like Warframe's crazy impressive. But yeah, if they can get that endgame feel, we'll see. Bungie is great at game feel. A Destiny anime series would go hard. I can see that. Destiny is played because the game is like a little MMORPG. Marathon is not a game for that community. That's the vibe I'm getting. Is it's like, if Bungie is designed to not necessarily appeal to Destiny fans, if Marathon's designed to appeal to like a different group, like, you know, I don't even know. Are they trying to pull... This is the problem though. Like, okay, so you don't want to be too similar to Tarkov. So you want to do hero stuff. Well, then you're probably not winning over Tarkov players, right? So you're trying to create a new community, a new market. Instead of winning over Tarkov players, you're trying to create a different type of game. But like what is that though? You know, what game is pulling people in? Are there any other hero extraction games? I'm trying to think. Well, you win people over from Apex. Apex is mainly, it's mainly a battle royale. So, I mean, I guess you could say a battle royale is sort of an extraction game because you're extracting, I guess. But like extraction shooters typically are defined as like that you have specific like gear that you collect and level up through the run, and when you die all the gear gets lost and stuff, you know. I don't even know how a hero extraction shooter would work. Yeah, I don't even know either, because it's like a hero extraction shooter just starts to sound like a battle royale, doesn't it? Hunt Showdown? Oh. It's been so long since I've tried Hunt Showdown. Yeah, it's been a minute since I tried Hunt. When I tried it, I think it was still like early on. And I don't even know if it was like, I don't remember loving it or anything. But what's this? So yeah, I guess Hunt is the best example. Oh, got him. Well done. Wow. Looting Hunter. So I guess you could point at this, and this is the closest thing. Does this work on the scale that like Marathon needs to work though? I'm not sure. So I guess maybe their appeal is they're going to try to win over Hunt players or maybe Overwatch players and convince them to play extraction games. I just think that they're different. Like, I don't know if the types of players that like an Overwatch are going to come over here. I don't know if the types of players that like Apex are going to come and do a Marathon extraction game, you know? Like, I don't know. They're obviously aiming for the day before players. Yeah, Jaya, thank you for the super chat. I guess they are. I mean, it's like we were talking about with Concord. The problem with these types of games, these live service games, is that you always are going to be confronted with the problem of you have to be so good that you win over players from similar live service games, and it has to be so good that they also can convince their friends to come and play with them. And then your game has to have such amazing post-launch support that you don't have a single hiccup, you don't trip once, and so they never have a reason to leave. They come in, they start playing immediately, they have a great time, and they never ever leave. Like, that's what you need to be successful launching a brand new live service game. And the only alternative would be if the game like makes a new audience, basically. If it's so unique and different that it creates its own group of players that is an amalgamation of a bunch of different things. Like, look how quickly that can happen. You're just playing. I remember this with Hunt. Where like you feel like you're doing really good and then you get popped and you have no idea what happened. That's crazy. So with all this, I don't know. It's one of those games where the more I hear about it, the less I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, the more I hear about it, I'm like, why did they do that? What? You know, there's an ability to self-res and Hunt. Yeah, thank God. Otherwise, it's just like when I first tried playing it like years ago, I remember just being like so frustrated so often. Because when you're used to games that are much more forgiving with like a longer time to kill and maybe like, you know, easier revivability and stuff like that, it can work a little bit. It can be much more forgiving. But I think for for something like Hunt, it's very hardcore. So let's see. Elisa says, thank you for the 2. Could be Dead Drop, but it's not out yet. Yeah, I mean, they have to get Marathon out by next year, or by the end of next year. They just have to. Like, they haven't made money on Destiny in a long time, so they got to figure it out. Mr. Sinister, I'm sorry I just am seeing this tip pop up through Streamlabs tip page. I think all my sound is broken from the game last night when I was trying to get the settings working for that. Because can you guys hear this? Nope, I don't hear it either. So all my soundboard and special sounds are broken. I'll have to figure that out. But anyway, thank you for that. And is Silent Hill 2 worth it? Worth a buy? I can't decide. I don't know. I would wait for reviews on it. Team Bloober stuff or Bloober Team stuff is usually fine, but I would just wait for reviews on it before you spend money. Michael, thank you for the 2. Hunt is awesome. That said, my friends will not play it with you. Yeah, that's another example where if it's too niche, you can't win people over to play it with you, which I've had. Like, I was trying X Defiant. I thought X Defiant was fine. I didn't think it was bad or anything. I thought it was fine, but we were trying to play with our friend group and they hated it. They wanted nothing to do with it. So they were like, nope, I'm out, full stop. And so even though I, as one player, enjoyed it, the whole game was not viable for our friend group because the rest of the group didn't like it. So sometimes it just happens like that where, like, again, you have to be so good that you win over one player, but you also have to win over their friends. Otherwise, they'll just get pulled back into the game that their friends want to play, because 1 out of 5 is not enough to move the friend group. The whole friend group has to shift over if you're talking about a 5-player, 5v5 shooter like Concord. Thank you, Mr. Steelio Kill, for the 5. Got any plans this weekend, Luke? I'm going to try to get the Platinum Trophy for AC Brotherhood. Wish me luck. Collect 101 Borgia flags. Oh, hell yeah. Good luck on that, my friend. As for my weekend plans, not really. I think I'm just going to kind of prep for the trip on like Thursday. So we're gonna do that. Probably just hanging out with the family. Probably go to the pool at some point with the boys. It's gonna be good. Just a nice chill weekend, because next week and next weekend is gonna be madness. It's gonna be pure chaos. So buckle up, buckaroo. It's gonna be a lot. But hopefully you have good fun with that. Good luck collecting all those flags. God. But okay, we're about to wrap up. Let's see. My landlord is prepping to renovate my apartment, so I have to get storage supplies for my stuff. Oh, Katie, that sucks. I mean, hopefully if the renovation's really good, hopefully it's worth it, but I mean, that could be rough. If it's just like, yeah, I'm going to take your apartment for a month, and I promise it'll be better. We had that happen with one of my college places. The guy came in and renovated all the cabinets. We're like, ooh, cool, new cabinets. They tacked up the like microwave and the cabinets around the microwave with like the thinnest little nails you've ever seen. And at one point, while my buddy Caleb, not the Caleb you guys know, a different Caleb, he was cooking, the whole vent hood and microwave fell down off the cabinet and hit him in the head. It was a big thing. We probably could have like thrown a bigger fit about it and like sued him or something, but we didn't. So we're like, oh, that was crazy, and we just kind of moved on. But yeah, double check the quality of the work. Yeah, landlord specials can be scary. They can be real scary. Okay, before we wrap all this up, let's do, people were asking for follow-up Finance Friday little clips just to show you cringe stuff. So let's just do that real quick. Watch some funny clips from some people who don't know what they're talking about. Let's go. Grant Cardone, the king. Let's hear what he has to say.
Kid should be doing this right now.
Every 15-year-old kid should be doing this.
Every 15-year-old kid should be doing this right now. If you're getting an allowance of $300 a month, buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month. Only use the 30, don't touch the 300.
But how would a young, normal person get money?
Allowance, side jobs, side hustles. I was 14 years old. I was working every weekend. I was mowing lawns, doing whatever I could to get some extra money.
What the hell did he just say?
15-year-old kid should be doing this right now. If you're getting an allowance of $300,
$300 a month. I don't know. Maybe I was raised in a crappy household or something. We didn't get anywhere near $300 a month. We didn't actually have an allowance. The allowance was you do the chores and you get to live at home. Like what? And then he says,
a month, buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month. Only
buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month with $300. There's a big missing piece in this advice here. You get paid $300 a month as a child. So as a child, buy a $300 piece of real estate that will give you a 10% a month return. Like 120% return annually. What? It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. But you can tell he's just used to saying the same like brain rot stuff. Get X amount of money, buy real estate, get X amount of money back, repeat, and you'll be rich like me, when that's just not how it works. Grant Cardone made most of his initial money off of book sales and public speaking gigs and stuff to motivate people. He's like a motivational speaker. And after that, he's bought some big budget real estate deals, mostly multifamily, the kind of thing that I used to sell, A class and B class real estate, mostly turnkey stuff. He didn't buy any fixer upper or value add properties, but he's done good, probably mostly 30 to $100 million properties. And his company's made a lot of money as a result. But it's not because as a kid, he was spending $300 on real estate that had higher returns than any asset class known to man. But let's say this, whenever there's a guy that looks like he's 15 and has one of the big puffball microphones, you should always start a little worried. Let's see what this is.
Amalfi Jets, this is Colin.
So I was just looking to book a flight
It's so quiet.
from LA to Nashville. It's for a bachelorette party.
Awesome. Congrats.
It'll be me and a few girlfriends, about 13 people. So we were looking at flights, looked a little bit too expensive. So I just wanted to get a quote from you and see kind of what you guys had.
Oh my God, it's so staged. It's so painful. They even have the microphone bag sitting on the desk still. That's so funny.
Got it. So you said you're looking at like commercial flights and it was too expensive. So wanting to kind of compare commercial to private, see if we could save some money.
Yeah, so I was just looking at American flights.
Okay.
And a little bit too expensive. I think they were like $400.
Got it. So we were just like $400 round, or is that round trip? I'm assuming, right? You said you had 13 people, so you're looking at spending $5,000 total to get from LA to Nashville. So we wanted to compare the $5,000 versus chartering a private jet from LA to Nashville.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So our pricing specifically,
I'm guessing it's going to be like 60,000.
For 12 people, we would need something like a Gulfstream G4. I'd probably recommend something like a G5. It's a little bit larger, a little bit more comfortable. It will have a private flight attendant on board. From LA to Nashville and back, you're looking at about 80,000.
80.
So
Ooh.
100%.
Okay, so I stand corrected. I was ready for him to try to sell a private jet and pretend like he was doing this on the fly. No, this is still probably a staged call where he's probably reenacting something that actually happened, where somebody called and asked to see if they could charter a private jet for cheaper than an American Airlines flight. But yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. But that's how expensive this stuff actually is to charter a private jet.
Going to be more expensive than American Airlines economy. That said, there's another kind of private, I guess they're kind of a public company, that I could recommend that would likely be cheaper than American if you wanted to check them out.
Greyhound
the
buses?
name of the company if you want to write it down.
That's okay. I think if you have, like, we'll just go with your cheapest jet.
Okay, yeah, the cheapest jets.
The client did not end up flying private with Amalfi. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's hilarious. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I can't believe that. Yeah, we got our quote for $400 round trip a person. So we wanted to see if it would be cheaper to charter a private jet. Okay, let's see this one.
About to buy $1 million home for half the price. The thing is, you can only do this if you know how to utilize cryptocurrency. So this is...
Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Everyone, if you have mittens or perhaps oven mitts or even pillows and duct tape, wrap them around your hands to prepare for the face palm that's about to occur. Okay. Get ready.
the house that I'm gonna buy, and it costs about 1.4 million. So I'll have to pay around $7,000 a month. But for this entire house, the total that I need to pay is 700.
290 plus 450 equals 740. Okay, let's see how we got there. Also, this number that's on like Zillow and these sites usually is assuming a 20% down payment or more. So if you're going to do like one of those lower down payment loans, it's like 5% down. This is probably more like 8 or 9 grand.
But for this entire house, the total that I need to pay is 740K. It's because of crypto. For the down payment, I'll have to pay about 20%, which is 290.
Yeah, down payment, usually 20%, especially if you're going to try to pay with crypto. They're probably going to require more. Okay, so down payment of 20%.
With the remaining 450K, I'm going to put that into the Anchor protocol. Once I deposit the 450K, it'll yield me 19% per year. That's 88 grand a year. Now divide that by 12 months, and that's going to make me 7.3K a month. Just enough to cover the monthly cost of this mansion. After it's paid off, I'll have a $1.4 million home, plus be making 7.3K a month doing nothing. If you want to learn more about crypto, check out my bio.
Selling a course. So there's so many things wrong with this. For one, in order to get a mortgage, a bank, so he's saying he'll put 290K down. Okay, great. Love that. So for a $1.4 million house, the bank is still lending you $1.1 million, right? In order for anybody to give you $1.1 million, you have to do a pretty damn good job of convincing the lender that you're going to repay that debt, that you're going to be able to give them the money back in small installments over 15 to 30 years. If you're a dude that's throwing all of your money into crypto, you are what we would call an unqualified borrower. You are somebody that's not a safe bet. That being said, let's see the quality of this. Anchor protocol, okay? This is what he says he's going to do to net 19%.
Once I deposit the 450K, it'll yield me 19% per year.
So 19% per year. To be clear, like the best Wall Street investors in the world, they don't achieve that. There's also, oh man, the other thing I hadn't even considered. The other thing, property taxes, taxes on the purchases, and taxes on the income. If you're making 19% per year on short-term capital gains tax or short-term capital gains, you're going to be paying short-term capital gains tax on that. And if you're actually making like $80, $90, $100,000 a year on that, you're going to be giving up like 20, 30% probably, depending on your total income bracket, of that to taxes. So he's going to be losing like 30,000 and he's going to have to pay that out of pocket additionally. Like no part of this makes any sense at all. Beyond that, it was Anchor protocol. That when you type in Anchor protocol, the top like fill in the blank is Anchor protocol collapse. Dead. Okay. It provides crypto native better yield, stable, attractive, staking return, multiple proof of stock blockchains. Anchor offers easier integrations, frictionless access. None of this makes any sense. Like, there's no explanation of what this actually does. Point of sale assets, handles lending and borrowing of Terra stablecoins and borrows collateralized B assets. What? If real yield is greater than the anchor rate, the excess yield is stored in UST denominated yield reserve. ANC incentives to borrowers drop by 15% every week. If yield is less than anchor rate, the yield shortfall is drawn down from the yield reserve until it's depleted. Additionally, ANC incentivizes to borrowers increase by 50% every week until the real yield converges to the anchor rate. Liquidity provide. All of this sounds like BS. I'm gonna be real. None of this sounds legit. If they can't explain how it makes money, you probably shouldn't be doing much. And the thing with crypto, it only works so long as everybody agrees it works. The second people stop agreeing it works, it flops and bottoms out and goes red. This is my favorite thing, when people just like draw arrows and lines. A crypto Bitcoin breakout's imminent. I drew some lines on a sheet, therefore it's true. Okay. Yeah, if anybody, like, let me just do it this way. Top returns of hedge funds yearly. So these are the best returns of hedge funds for 2021. Looks like is when the last time this particular one updated. So this is the best of the best in the world. Okay. 1 year return. These guys try again. They blew up. I don't know what bet they had that was particularly viable there, but they did very, very well. Okay. QVT Financial, total value just under $1 billion. Okay. I wonder what their 5 stocks are. Will it tell me? Sonos, Synaptics, Gentherm, Harmonic, and Materion. Those are the ones they bought, and those are the ones that blew up to give them those returns. But bear in mind, this is for the year. 63% for the year. Beneath that, it's like 26%, 31%, 52%, 63%, 38%. Like, we're looking at the total return. To do what he was suggesting, which was 19%, is like, it puts you in world-class tier. Or that other Grant Cardone clip where he's like, oh, easy. You just spend $300 and get $30 a month. That is a 10% monthly return. If you were able to do that every month reliably, you would be a trillionaire within a decade, you know, and you would not be sharing that information on TikToks. You know, like, it's just insane. Sonos popped off during that year, 2020 to 22. Yeah. Unless you're Nancy Pelosi, you're probably not getting close to 20%. Or you're getting to 20% really boring ways. Like, that's the one thing that these guys never seem to think of, is that there's a reason why the biggest guys and biggest investors, they make money in really unexciting ways, but it's because they just steadily grind their way up. It just makes its way up slow and steady. And that's how they do it. Back in the 90s, you know, Berkshire Hathaway down at $20 a share, and they buy quality companies, and they just keep on grinding. The value of the companies go up and up and up, and more people buy in, and they buy more stocks and more companies, and it just keeps blowing up and blowing up and blowing up until eventually they've realized a 1,600% total return. But it's really unexciting because it's like, oh yeah, we upped our stake in Coca-Cola by 20%, and we're gonna hold that until we reach certain thresholds. Is this the UPS guy? Maybe. Oh, okay. They're just scanning stuff. We're having all of our landscaping in the front lawn redone, and so we have all these companies coming and like scanning electrical and pipes and stuff. Yeah. We aim for 7 to 9%. That's considered doing very well. Yeah, and it's all about consistent returns. When you look at hedge funds, it's about even in the bad years. Like even in the bad years, you gotta be able to maintain decent levels. But like these guys that are super leveraged, that are putting all of their money on Tesla or certain crypto, like they will lose half of the value of all of their accounts in the span of like an hour and a half. And it's just outrageous, but that's how quickly it can turn, you know? Yeah, we aim for 7 to 9%. That's doing very well. Dalton, yeah, 19% is insane. Agreed. I work as a financial analyst in Toronto. Love the finance talks. Yeah, it's just the mark, like making money in business is and finance and in investments is not that crazy. Rather, it doesn't have to be that crazy complicated. And a lot of the time it's just simpler than people make it. Like they just make it into this crazy complicated thing because they want to get rich quick. And so they think that if they find this one cheat way of doing it, then they'll get super rich super quick. And it's like, it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple. Or it's not that complicated. I said it the opposite. It's not that complicated. Sometimes it's just about buying quality assets and sitting and letting time do the work, you know? A lot of the time it's luck. The big wins are almost always luck. Yeah. The big wins are almost always luck. Like anybody that tells you, oh, I saw the potential for I'm trying to think of an example of something that just blew up out of nowhere. Like GameStop. There were people that were like, yeah, GameStop's success and the huge spike in value was foreseen months ahead of time. And it's like, not really. Ooh. What? Oh, Jacob, that's big. Let me look that up. Also, shout out to anonymous tipper right there. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Hey Luke, so later this year, Hunt is updating its engine to CryEngine 5.11 to improve the game, but it will end support for last-gen systems and raise min specs on PC. With COD still being on last-gen, I wonder how you feel about this move. I mean, it is interesting to hear that they're going to be doing that and ending support for last-gen stuff. My guess is that for something like Hunt, they have much lower total player numbers, so they can probably justify doing that. Whereas Call of Duty, like Insider Gaming reported, half of all PlayStation players are on PS4, which is crazy. Let's see this. Jacob just reported this. Or Jacob didn't report it. Jacob told me that Insider Gaming was reporting this. Take-Two is shutting down its indie label Private Division, report claims. Take-Two Interactive appears set to get out of the indie business, and it's closing studios to get there. According to a damning new report from IGN's Rebecca Valentine, Take-Two Interactive is working on a plan to either sell off or shut down its indie private label or indie label Private Division. Valentine states that Take-Two, despite saying that it didn't shutter its indie studios, Kerbal Space Program developer Intercept Games will be closed on June 28th. On a larger scale at Private Division, however, almost all the staff were let go at the end of April when it was said to them that Take-Two, quote, would no longer support, end quote, the company. The report adds that Take-Two has found potential buyer or partner to buy Private Division in the form of an unknown private equity firm. Valentine says that sources she spoke to, quote, expressed frustration at Take-Two leadership for alleged mismanagement of the label and called out Chief Strategy Officer and Private Division head Michael Warage for poor leadership and mismanagement. On May 30th, it was revealed that Private Division had terminated its agreement with Bloober Team to publish Project C. With this new information being brought to light, it makes more sense as to why the agreement was canceled. It was also in April when Take-Two announced it was laying off 5% of its global workforce and canceling numerous games. Insider Gaming has reached out to Take-Two for comment on the report. Should a response be received, it will be added to the story. For what it's worth, the company declined to comment to IGN on the claims brought forth and the status of Private Division. Yeah, it's pretty telling when they decline to comment. It's not even that they just didn't respond. They declined. So if it were false, they would come out and just be like, oh, no, that's false. No, they're still open. That's just wrong. But when it's true, they're just like, yeah, we declined to comment. We had nothing to say. That's crazy, though. Private Division, some of their big games, Private Division. So their games published, they've done No Rest for the Wicked. That still isn't technically out. Penny's Big Breakaway, Kerbal Space Program, Salt Sea Chronicles, After Us, Roller Dome, Ollie Ollie World, Hades. They published Hades, The Outer Worlds. Like, damn. I mean, looking at this, I'm trying to find the thing that, like, what were their big hits? They had Outer Worlds, which I think did fine. Kerbal Space Program Enhanced Edition, not even the original. Ancestors, Humankind Odyssey. This was that weird game where you played as, like, an ape, and it was all about, like, evolving. I don't think it was received well. Yeah, it was pretty much across the board, just meh. Disintegration, I don't remember that. Hades, of course, was good. That was a winner. But now Hades 2, isn't that published through Xbox? Hades 2 platform or publisher Supergiant. They just published it themselves. Okay. Beyond that, they've got Ollie Ollie World, didn't really go anywhere. Roller Dome, didn't go anywhere. After Us, didn't go anywhere. Salt Sea Chronicles, never heard of it. Kerbal Space Program 2, bit of a disaster. Penny's Big Breakaway, never heard of it. Tales of the Shire from Weta Workshop, I've never heard of that. Eternal Strands, I haven't heard of that. No Rest for the Wicked, have tried that. It's pretty good. Untitled action adventure game codenamed Project Bloom from Game Freak. Nothing. So, and with these, with A, let's see, B. So Eternal Strands, they only provided funding, and for Hades, they only handled physical copy distribution, so they didn't even fully publish it. So you're looking at it, and it's like they had 4 offices. Man. Yeah, it becomes hard to figure out what value are they really adding if they are not able to reliably get hits. You know, it's already damn hard to publish, like be a publisher in the modern day when it's so easy to self-publish games. So it's already tough to be in their position, but to then not have consistent hits, it's like, you know, it's hard to justify keeping them open if you're trying to cut jobs elsewhere. Roller Dome and Ollie World were amazing. I thought they didn't make any money though. I thought they didn't, like, didn't they just shut down Roll 7? Or am I making that up? Well, they're a subsidiary company. It's probably because I was thinking that they're a subsidiary of Take-Two or of Private Division. So are they shut down now too? Roller Dome was a financial failure. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not judging the quality of the games. I'm saying whether they were successful and made money. Like some of these, Kerbal Space Program 2 was a bit of a disaster because it was super broken at launch. A ton of people refunded it and then like mass downvoted it on Steam. It was really disappointing because I was really excited for it. I love Kerbal Space Program. So to see how terrible it launched was really just a bummer. After that, Us, like I said, I just haven't heard of that. Salt Sea Chronicles, also haven't heard of it. Roller Dome didn't make any money as far as I'm aware. I think they I'm guessing they ended support, but maybe they didn't. Yeah, like it won best British game, I guess. So it won awards, got pretty good reviews and stuff, but I don't think it made any money. Penny's Big Breakaway is apparently amazing. That's just the thing. That's the tricky thing with all this, is it's really tough to have, like, there's a difference between critical success and financial success. Like, you can have a game that reviews well, but if it doesn't sell well, it doesn't really matter to the company unless they're looking for like that game that they can hang the awards on their shelf and proudly brag that they published it. You know, like a Pentiment. Like a Pentiment, I don't know if Pentiment broke even or made financial sense for Xbox to publish and put out, but it was nice for them to have an exclusive that was a 10 out of 10. And I think they brought it to Switch later. So yeah, they did. So it wasn't even like a permanent exclusive, but that for them to have a 10 out of 10 game was really good for them. Even if it wasn't like totally viable. With some of these though, it's like you can have a really well-reviewed game, but it doesn't mean that it makes money. And with Take-Two, we know that all they care about is the money. Like, they're just constantly comparing everything to GTA Online. Like, yeah, but does it make... Where are the shark cards? Where are the shark cards in Penny's Big Breakaway? We need more shark cards. Astromath Online, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Thank you. We need smaller games for awards and prestige. Lol. Yeah. Yeah. You got to get the prestige. Private Division is more focused on critical success. If they want commercial success, they release it under Take-Two. Well, Take-Two publishes, like, they only do the big stuff that fits in like the AAA category. This was supposed to be their indie publishing label to publish smaller games, kind of like EA Originals. You know, their smaller label for smaller teams that just need publishing. And it's not a bad way to do it, like to be able to support smaller studios that you think have potential and get a cut of the revenue. But yeah. I mean, apparently they shut down or they fired pretty much everybody at Private Division back in April as part of the initial wave of layoffs. So none of this is like particularly stunning. It just sounds like it's confirmation, basically. But another one shut down, it looks like. They need creative games like PS2 era, take risks. The problem is just that when companies have tried to take risks, a lot of those games end up just flopping. And like, I know it's hilarious in hindsight, but like, for example, Forspoken was one of their risks. That was one of their risks. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on that game. That was their big risk, to make a new IP, big budget craziness. And we all know how that ended. Yeah, the risks nowadays are live service games. Well, those are very visible ones, but I just think like even some of the other risks that have been taken, like Immortals of Avium, that was a big risk from EA. They decided to publish this game that cost $80 million to make, and they went and spent another $40 million marketing it, and nobody played it. And we're like, well, yeah, the game wasn't very good. I agree, but like that they tried to take the risk and it didn't come out. Like, very few games come out of nowhere and are 10 out of 10s. But I think the broader problem, I don't even know if it's a problem, honestly. The thing that's going on in the industry right now is that gamers don't have as much money. They're not spending money as readily, and their expectations are higher. Part of that is 2023 was such a good year for games, like critically acclaimed games, that now everything feels terrible in comparison. That was always going to be a problem with how good last year was, but I think that's a part of it. I don't know. As for all of this, it's just, I think so long as gamers are not spending money on okay games, like this stuff will just keep happening. Like they're just gonna tie themselves up and not want to do anything because like, yeah, we can't risk losing money, so we're just not gonna make any games, any of those games that might be okay. But those okay games, the first iteration is okay. Like if CDPR launched The Witcher 1 today, it would be panned critically and just mocked incessantly. But then they work on it, they refine it, they get better and better, and the next game is better, and then the third game is great, and the fourth game is probably amazing. It takes time to get there, though. Okay. Okay. This is just... Naughty Dog announces remastered Neil Druckmann interview. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh man, they have to laugh at that too, right? Like, there's no way that they're like, no, it's not funny. That's pretty good. The Last of Us creator and notorious violence apologist Neil Druckmann has announced a full remaster of his May interview with Sony. This is reportedly coming after Sony removed the previous last-gen bug-hidden review. Wow. Okay, that's pretty great. Hard drives, they're so funny, man. They're so funny. Notorious violence apologist. That's so funny. That's so freaking funny. Wow. That's so great. Destiny 2 content creator receives anonymous email claiming Sony is very, very negative towards Bungie right now. Oh, I remember when this story dropped, though, it's a lot of people when he made this video, Aztec Cross made this video. I don't know if it was ever like followed up on, but it was literally like in a single email he got, and then he made a whole video on it, and that's the whole thing. I don't know if he later corroborated it or something, but like I've gotten individual emails from lots of developers who have told me stuff, but if I can't confirm it with a second person or a third person, I just won't talk about it. So I don't know if this was ever confirmed, but it seemed like in the email, yeah, the whole thing below, so you can read through it, but if you can't be bothered, then here are the key takeaways. Like, some of it is just stuff. Like, I'm not saying that he faked this. To be clear, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's no way of him knowing if this was one guy that just, like, a viewer that just sent him an email kind of guessing at stuff or speculating about stuff, pretending to be a Bungie employee. Because my guess is they didn't write it from their official Bungie email, because you wouldn't do that if you're trying to be sneaky. Shouldn't have been, if you want to be private, you're going to keep these things kind of hush-hush and send it through a private email. But internal U.S. leader wants to take over and right the ship, but other people across the Pacific want a harsher method. U.S. leader has a lot of respect and it's likely to get his or her way. So it's like hyper vague. This just sounds to me like information anybody on the outside would have. U.S. leader believes that current Bungie leadership is gluttonous and are stopping the talented devs at the studio from doing their job properly. That again sounds like what a fan would say. Pre-order numbers are lower than expected. Anybody could see that. Sony believes that even with another round of layoffs, the finances will not be good enough to stop them from taking over. The email also indicates Sony doesn't want more layoffs as it would cannibalize the development of future revenue. Yeah, anybody is aware of that. More layoffs will harm future projects. Lightfall did hit internal targets, but since then, every goal has been missed at an escalating decline. That's already been reported. Bungie leadership is regularly rescheduling meetings with Sony, even when they know the next available time slot will be months away. Sony wants to nurture Destiny 2 and want to treat it as lightning in a bottle. I don't even know what that means. The main point of the US versus Japan battle is future development. If Japan gets its way, teams for future titles will be gutted and reformed. Yeah, I don't know. I would not have made a video on this. I would not have made a video on a single email I got. For example, I got emails about Starfield and I got emails about Suicide Squad and like from devs, and I was able to confirm with some of those things that those people actually worked there and that what they were saying was actually their reported experience. I still didn't make a standalone video about it because I felt like a lot of it was, I'm a single developer. This was my perspective on what happened. And it's not really fair to therefore conclude that this is how development went. It's interesting. It tells you what one person thought and what one person's experience was like, but it doesn't tell you factually what the case is. So could be, I mean, this all could be totally legitimate. Could be an actual person that knows all of this stuff for a fact. Like, absolutely could be the case. It could be that all of this is real. But there's nothing in here that wasn't known publicly or that a fan couldn't guess at. And so for me, it's just not that useful. You know, it's like if somebody tells me, Luke, they send me an email and they say, so I'm an insider with I'm an insider with Naughty Dog, and I wanted to tell you that the next Naughty Dog game is going to be graphically really impressive, and it's going to be beautiful, and it's also going to have a lot of violence and stuff. And also people in the team are nervous about reception after Last of Us Part 2, but are hoping that it's going to be well received and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, you just told me everything that anybody else could have possibly said. Like, there was no useful information in that. That was just somebody saying stuff that anybody else could have said, you know? I like hearing the dev's perspective. Me too. But if it's just information that's already publicly available, then like what use is it? You know? It's like if somebody that worked on Redfall emails me and it's like, so we worked hard on the game, but we didn't really like it. And then we knew it was going to be poorly received, but we had to release it because Microsoft said we did. I'd be like, okay, like that, we knew that. I appreciate them reaching out, and I'll be nice to them and we'll talk and I'll see if they have any other cool info, but I don't have any, like, there's nothing I can work with there, you know? Bethesda's next game is going to be an RPG. I have sources. Yeah. When do you think we'll see more stuff from Naughty Dog? At this point, we know that Ghost of Tsushima will probably be shown, I'm guessing, later this year as part of the advertising campaign for the PS5 Pro. Maybe during that showcase, they also show what Naughty Dog's been working on, and they just do like the future of PlayStation event or something like that. And it's all about just showcasing amazing fidelity, and they're just saving all their big swings for that event. Or they're just going to wait till next year. Either way, I don't think the next Naughty Dog game is coming until like 2026, probably realistically. So I'm guessing we're not going to see it for a while. Because, I mean, after they launched The Last of Us Part 2, they worked on the online game for ages. They did all the remasters and remakes to train new people, and they reworked a bunch of internal stuff to get rid of crunch at the studio. So across the board, like, they've been busy, but just not prepping a full game, you know? But maybe we'll get it soon. We probably won't see Naughty Dog's next game till the end of the PS5 generation at the earliest. Unfortunately, that very well could be the case, which sucks. But Naughty Dog's been too quiet. I think they're working on stuff. They're excited about it. They keep saying that they're really excited about it, but yeah, I don't think it's coming anytime soon. We probably won't see. Yeah. Luke, I'm going to get really drunk in the middle of the day and embarrass myself at a graduation party tomorrow. Any tips? If you have time, go to like Party City and get a bunch of temporary tattoos that like look kind of real. but that they would be embarrassing for somebody like you to have. And then just like put them under like your shirt or something, so that when you're really drunk and you rip off your shirt, because that's going to happen, let's be honest, that happens to everybody, then it's revealed, and that'll make people realize like, oh, this is real. Like just a single Hello Kitty tattoo or something, just something simple. You don't have to overdo it. Oh yeah, everyone else in chat is giving you actual helpful advice, like stay hydrated and eat. I guess that's true too, but temporary tattoos would be funny too. Roderick, thank you, my friend. Cheers from Australia. Cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers. Wondering what Ben Studio's working on. At this point, did I bookmark it? Oh, I hope I did. Was it Ross? What's the game director that worked on Jeff Ross? This is him. What could Ben be working on now? Jeff Ross, he was the game director on Days Gone, okay? He's since, like, I think he's left. He's not there anymore. But this was the like game director on Days Gone. And somebody asked him, what could Ben be working on now? And he said, whatever it is, they've spent at least $250 million on it. I'm no businessman, but that's crazy given the fact that Sony didn't want to fund a Days Gone sequel for the bargain basement price of $150 million. Insane numbers all around, to be honest. And it sounds like they're working on a live service game. And like it's just wild, because I think a Days Gone sequel would have made back that money easy, but instead they're going to make them do a live service game that's going to flop. A lot of people still ask me if there will ever be a Days Gone sequel, so I submit this poster as evidence that it will never happen. Sony higher-ups like Herman were never fans, so you won't hear about it at the PlayStation State of Play today or ever. And I mean, yeah, this is a perfect example. Like when they're showcasing what they consider to be their prized studios and franchises, Days Gone is just nowhere to be found. Like, it's nowhere to be found. This guy's pissed. Well, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think it's just the fact that if there's one executive, one guy in charge who doesn't like your project will never see the light of day again. Like we know that for a fact that happened at Ubisoft, for example. Where Ubisoft, there was one guy in one of the upper positions, and he hated the idea of a female protagonist, and he hated the idea of going to Japan specifically. And for years and years and years, they didn't do that because he was the one that always would shut it down. Yeah, it's a fan-made poster. Yeah, no, then you see this. Somebody fixed it. Which I thought was funny. Yeah, fix it. There you go. But people were like, what was I saying? Oh, but there was one guy in charge that didn't like the idea of doing it this way, so it just never happened. And with Sony, it seems like their focus is a lot on Horizon, and I think it's a little funny because Herman Hust, who's now like co-CEO, Herman Hust. No, it's just you. This guy, Herman Hust, he is now the co-CEO of PlayStation. Well, tomorrow he will be. I think it starts tomorrow. But he is one of the head honchos, and he started at Guerrilla. And Guerrilla, of course, makes all of the Horizon games. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the future of PlayStation is so heavily focused on Horizon stuff. It's because this is one of the guys in charge making these big decisions, and he just so happens to want those decisions to focus around his baby, which was Horizon. So we have like a Horizon Lego game. We have a massive Horizon like multiplayer co-op game that's like a Monster Hunter ripoff. And then we have more Horizon like spin-off stuff, Horizon shows, Horizon VR stuff, like everything Horizon everywhere. I personally think that it's going to be a bit of an oopsie. because I personally, I don't think that Horizon has the franchise power that they think it does. That's just me. I think people that like Horizon, but Forbidden West didn't really grow the franchise at all. It was actually somewhat surprising to Sony, reportedly, that it wasn't, it didn't grow the numbers like at all. It pretty much did exactly what Zero Dawn did. So I don't anticipate it to be like, oh, now it's on Fallout levels. I personally don't expect it to be that big. But they're treating it as though it's a franchise as big as like Fallout. And I just don't think it is. I just don't think so. Even a franchise that's objectively bigger than Horizon, like Assassin's Creed, even that, when it tries to go multimedia and stuff, it doesn't really work. When they tried to do a movie in 2016, which granted the movie wasn't very good, that didn't carry it. Like the franchise power didn't carry it across the finish line. Horizon is a good IP, but it has no star power and got bullied by Elden Ring. Well, but I think that also shows their overconfidence in Horizon. The fact that they thought that they could just go head to head with Elden Ring shows, I think, that they misunderstand how huge the franchise is. Like, it's big. Elden Ring is bigger. Like, Dark Souls is bigger. Fallout's bigger. I'm sorry if that's like hard for them to hear, but pretending like it's just as big as that will not make it that big, you know? Horizon's just too new. It doesn't have any cultural weight like other franchises like Diablo, for example. Yeah. I think over time, like if they continue to nurture it, they put out good games, then that could definitely get there. But I think it's going to take some time, and it's going to take a lot of really good games to get to that level. But what I'm hearing now, like there's a certain pace at which this usually happens. So like usually you'll have a series of like solid games. Maybe it's like the if we chart this in terms of quality. So like vertical is quality. And then that you can't even read that. And then this is like just time, okay? Time. So you start out with like one game and it's maybe like a 7 out of 10. It's fine, but it sets the franchise off to do well. You come out with a sequel that's even better and it grows the franchise as well. You come out with another sequel and it's just huge and people are in love. Once you reach this level, you can get away with doing some like live service games that are not as good, maybe a spin-off mobile game that really sucks but is part of the IP, so some people play it. And then you do another that's also even better, but it's an official sequel, right? So once you reach this level, you can justify doing some other games that aren't as good, but you know, they're in the franchise, so they're going to be successful. You can do your Fallout 76 when you're at this level, as Fallout was, right? Horizon is like, it's a little bit different. Horizon went from this first game, Horizon Zero Dawn, they did Forbidden West, which did about the same. And now they're going to this level already, and they're starting to do the spin-off games. They're doing a Lego game. They're going off and they're going to do a live service game. They're going off and doing a VR game. They're doing all sorts of stuff. And then they'll do another game that hopefully is better. But more than anything, it's probably going to be about the same. So in my opinion, they've rushed this whole process. They've rushed the spreading out of the franchise. And instead of giving it time to grow into something with really strong roots, they're just trying to make it a thing. You know, stop trying to make Horizon a thing. It's not a thing. Stop making fetch a thing. It's not. You know? I get the impression this is Horizon. That's my humble opinion. I don't think they've earned the crazy levels of diversification of product they're about to do. Because in the span of like 2 to 3 years, probably 2 years only, maybe even within a year, We're going to have a Horizon Lego game, probably all sorts of Horizon Fortnite tie-ins and stuff. We're going to have Horizon, like a big multiplayer game for Horizon that they've spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on. That's just going to be kind of a ripoff of Monster Hunter and probably isn't even going to compete with it. And then we're going to have other stuff like, did they confirm that Horizon show? I think they did. You know, like, I just think they're rushing it out. They're rushing it out too much and too fast and too chaotically. And I think it's going to come back to bite them, because I think it's just going to lead to a situation where people burn out on the franchise more than they already are. But you can see it in all of the broader decisions. Like, even if I go right now just to PlayStation.com, I'd bet you there's probably Horizon branding, like, on the actual hardware pages and stuff. Like, it's part of how they sell the console. So, like, if we go, where's the page for, like, PlayStation 5 when you're trying to sell somebody on the console? Just here, find out more. Let's see. Generic Alien. We got some Aloy stuff there. Take a hold of adventure. Okay, we got God of War for haptic feedback. That's good. I too zoomed in. Why is this cropped off the side? Oh God, what is happening to the website? Oh God. Okay, zoom in. Jesus. Take the wheel. Oh God. Okay, there's Horizon. Okay, there it is. What is happening? The site is struggling. Okay. Okay, we got that. We got the Ratchet and Clank stuff. For the power of the SSD. God of War Ragnarok. Engineered for visuals. Vibrant colors. I haven't pulled up this page ever. This is funny. You can see the God of War inspirations. God of War push. Last of Us Part 1. Oh, baby. Spider-Man. Horizon, of course. Call of Duty. Huh. I said duty. All this stuff. It's a big tentpole franchise for them. God of War is the other big one. And we'll see when that develops. Like God of War, if they wanted to do a bunch of God of War spinoffs and stuff, they could totally justify it. They could totally do it. The brand's big enough. But I just don't think Horizon's there yet. The first Horizon seemed fun at first, but only got halfway through it and got over it. Forbidden West looked beautiful, but never got it. Luke, what's your opinion for games coming out next year? What's your Game of the Year prediction for this year, next year? Next year, I mean, it's probably going to be GTA 6, because that's just how it goes. Some people are going to give it to Ghost of Tsushima 2, and some people are going to give it to other games, but I think the biggest game of the year is going to be GTA 6. As for this year, I really am not sure at this point. It's kind of a toss-up. I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be something that comes out in the latter half of the year. If you're not going to give like Phantom Liberty Game of the Year like we didn't do last year, I don't think you can give it to Shadow of the Air Tree, even if it's a big DLC. So I think if we can't give it to the Elden Ring DLC, we've got to come up with what else there's going to be, and I think it's going to be something later half of the year. Kingdom Come 2, yeah, I hope that doesn't get delayed. I hope that's still coming this year. I don't know. I guess I'm just too scarred from all the years of delays and stuff, but yeah. Red Dead 2 lost Game of the Year to GTA 6. Could lose somehow. Yeah, no, Red Dead 2 lost Game of the Year to Santa Monica's God of War, and that is true. So, who knows? Yeah, not to GTA 6. It didn't already come out. Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, I think Black Myth Wukong looks good. I just don't know what any of the connective tissue is. They've shown some cool boss fights and stuff, but I don't know what the rest of the game is, you know? They announced Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 when it was practically finished. Yeah, that's my impression. That's my understanding, is that they really made sure that it was ready to go. But you never know what can happen in game development. Anything can happen. So I'll remain cautiously optimistic. That way, if it's delayed, I'm not crushed. And if it is not delayed, I'm pleasantly surprised, you know? I can't believe I'm saying this, but AC Shadows might have a shot at Game of the Year. The last Assassin's Creed game this team did was nominated for Game of the Year. Against God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2. So it's not the craziest thing to say. People would freak out if they gave it to AC Shadows, but then again, we haven't really seen the game. That's the thing. Anybody who's like, game looks trash, it's like the same reason why you shouldn't pre-order the game is the same reason why it's kind of silly to say it looks trash or is trash. It might look trash, just the trailer to you, that's fine. But we literally have not seen the game yet. So yeah. Yeah, June 9th isn't far, just next week. Yeah, next week we'll know very well what the rest of the year is going to look like, and it's going to be interesting, I feel. How do you keep such a stunning hairline? I get bacon grease and I just rub it in the scalp. I figure if it's good enough to eat, it's good enough for hair, right? Yeah. Yeah, true that. Hot bacon grease. Yeah, Josh. It specifically has to be scalding. Has to be scalding. Oh, man. Okay, well, fam, I'm going to call it there. Oh, yeah, new Dragon Age. That could also potentially be contender if it's going to be good. So, new video just went up today. Do that. I'm going to see if it's worth doing a video on I already forgot what it's called. Concord. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. So we'll rock and roll there. But I'm going to go eat and see how the family's doing. I love you all. You guys are wonderful. Yeah, quite a long stream today. Yeah, we went for like 5 hours. I don't know what happened. It's a blur. I blacked out. So with all that, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Thorn in his side. Yeah, we co-stream on YouTube. So we got like earlier in the day, earlier in the stream, we had like 950-ish on YouTube, and then we have like 70, 80 on Twitch. So it just depends on where people are at. But thank you all for watching. Thanks for all hanging with me. Thank you also, Iceman Pure, for just subbing with Prime. Appreciate you. We'll be back Monday with another stream, rocking and rolling. So have a wonderful, wonderful day, and I'll see you very soon. Hugs and kisses, everybody. Bye-bye.